Hello, hello everyone. How are y'all doing today? Hopefully well. Hey Bappy, how you doing? How have you been? How are you liking the emotes, by the way? We've been slowly knocking out some I wouldn't say I've been calling them temporary emotes. Mostly because they're emotes. Emotes were supposed to come out for the emote update, which was like lore centric and all that other stuff. But considering how far off that still is, and that we should probably have emotes in the interim, I've we're making them. Hey, Hilarion, how you doing? Yeah, no, the thing you sent me was really funny, especially off the rip. Good, good. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. But how have y'all been? How was y'all's weekend? How was y'all's week so far? Even though it's in the beginning, right? I was really hoping for some snow, but we just have it's just a very kind of cold, rainy day. So it's not cold enough for it to be a snow day, but it's too cold to enjoy the rain. You know what I mean? Hey, clown, how you doing, my guy? Have you been? I'm sorry you have a migraine though. That sucks. Are you staying away from bright lights and things like that? I want it to be Friday already since yesterday. Yeah. You know what? Doing all right. Doing okay. I got up almost every stream. I seem to be getting up right before we rolling out of bed, going into stream. Um, but I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Oh, there's the weirdest thing keeps happening to me. Maybe y'all can explain to me. Maybe y'all have some knowledge about it. Randomly, for no reason, my water bottle overflows overnight. Oh, you said Alaria, you sent it to Clown too. It's very good. It was very funny. I wouldn't say classic. It's just very funny. But yeah, my water bottle overflows. I don't know what's the deal with that. I don't know how that happens. I will lean over and pick it up, and it's just as soon as I move it, the water had pooled under the part of the part where you drink out of. It's like the one where you kind of it's flat, and then you pull it in order to bring up the thing you drink from, pull up the straw, you know. If you ever seen those degree Fahrenheit metal bottles, that's the one that I currently drink from. It's not really a. It's like it's like the water is coming up through the hole that it uses to depressurize itself, but there's almost no water in the water bottle. It just will come up through it, even though it's almost impossible for it to even get there in the first place. I had one of those before, and I had the same thing. Never figure out why. Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe it is because it was raining all night, so maybe the drop in pressure causes it to happen. Anyway, it's weird. So I woke up, I leaned over to what little was left of my water bottle, to have it spill water all over my bed. So that was fun. So there's so much water that comes through the vent port that it's over the vent port, and it won't go back down into the water bottle. It's weird. Anyway, it's an odd little thing that doesn't happen consistently enough. Where there's been plenty of times when it rains and it doesn't do anything, and there are times when it doesn't rain and it still does it. And who knows? It's one of the great mysteries of life. So I woke up to that, so that was pretty great. Let's see. Yeah, it's a pressure change thing. Yeah. Well, must be. It has to be. Or maybe my bottle is haunted. Ooh. What was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say. The valve can't vent out the pressure to equalize. I guess? Yeah. Yeah, maybe I need to not, like, put the top down so it's covering the vent. Maybe I need to leave it, like, cracked so that way there isn't a pressure buildup. Maybe it's something like that. Who's to say? No, seriously, what was I thinking about talking about? I don't remember. My brain's still waking up. I'm a slow waker. Are any of y'all like that? Are y'all a slow waker? I'm definitely a night owl. Like, my energy is like completely devoted for like the last third of the day. The beginning third is like little energy, which is funny considering that's when I stream. I wonder. I'm trying to remember when I made the decision to stream at this particular time slot. Oh, I remember why. I chose this time slot because looking at the statistics of live streaming in Twitch and all that kind of stuff, this time slot is the time where you have the peak amount of viewers and it starts to go down. This is the slot for that. That's why I chose this one. And it's also, since I don't have to worry about, like, you know, day job hours, you know what I mean? Then it's something that I could take advantage of without a whole... Granted, if I really, really didn't want competition, I would have... The earlier than this, the better. Up to, I think it's like 3 o'clock, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning for me, something like that. So if I really wanted to take advantage of it, it would be then. But I'm like, bruh, I'm not a morning person. I can't do that, man. Maybe I just become a super late person. It's like 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. I stream and it's like, no, I haven't gone to bed yet. Which would be crazy. I'm just trying to think. Hey, Shadow, how are you doing, my guy? Welcome in, welcome in. I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself? How are you doing? How was your weekend? How was your week? Or week so far? Oh, I remember. Hey, Foxy, how are you doing? I remember what I was going to talk about. We were talking about looking forward to Friday. I want to listen. If you have the option to do this, I would recommend it because it really felt great when I was doing it. So, there is, long story short, I left work temporarily due to mental health stuff, and I accrued PTO. I don't think I was supposed to accrue PTO, but I had PTO to burn. And I had some options that I could do. And I could have taken off like a couple weeks in a row, but I've never been that kind of guy. Right? I've never been I'm not a huge like, let's just not work for a couple weeks, because what happens is that you come in or you don't come in for a couple weeks and then you come back to like 1,000 emails that you have to catch up on. It's a whole pain in the butt. Yeah, welcome in, Pixelated. How are you doing? Doing all right. Just finishing some homework. Hell yeah. What kind of homework are you knocking out? I'm extremely tired right now. I've been playing Silk Stuff for the last 5 or so hours. You know what? I would say that's a reasonable reason to do that. Yeah, give yourself a break. It's okay to take a little bit of a break and then hop back in, especially if you're stuck on a boss. Math. Ooh, I've always been pretty good at math. Math is one of those things that I've been pretty good at, that I actually don't mind it as much. It's weird. I have a weird relationship with math. But best of luck to you. I was always been one of those people where I don't like showing my work, because what ends up happening is that I get the right answer, but I do it the wrong way. I don't do the formula like I'm supposed to. I will make 2 or 3 mistakes that counteract each other, and I still get the right answer. It's really funny. Sleep deprivation? Yep. Hell yeah, Shadow, you and me, same brain. Anyway, lore drop. I had a lot of PTO to burn, but again, I don't want to take off all at once, right? Because then you have to catch up on all this stuff, right? I was trying to do the Path of Pain equivalent to the fucking mushroom. That's wild. I took a day off and spent most of it thinking about stuff I'll have to do tomorrow to compensate. Yeah, exactly. That stuff is just never. It's when your days off just makes other days harder. It makes you not want to take your days off, and it sucks. So what I did was I was like, okay, well, I instead of taking 2 weeks off, what if I spread out all those days off so I give myself like 3-day weekends, right? Because we all love 3-day weekends. 3-day weekends are the best, but I didn't know which day to take off. And I was like, okay, well, we could take the Monday off, we could take the Friday off, or we could do like a weird, like in between kind of deal. And the first 3 weeks, I tried one of each. I tried a Friday off, I tried a Monday off, and then I tried a Wednesday off. And what ended up happening was that the Friday off really just, all that did was kind of, it didn't feel like it was a day off. It was just an extra day to get stuff done. Because when you're in that kind of mindset, when you're doing a 9 to 5 kind of deal, like the weekend a lot of times doesn't feel like time off. It just feels like a time to catch up on stuff that you couldn't do during the week, right? So it just became one of that. And then Mondays was good, but at the same time, I think I ran into issues on Mondays where everyone was at work ready to work, and by the time I came in, I'm just getting ready for the week, but everyone else is already settled in their week. It's hard to describe for people who don't know what I'm talking about, but essentially Mondays, everyone is on their off game. No one is on their ready to go on a Monday. Everyone's just like caffeinated, sleep deprived. They don't want to go to work. Like everyone's just not in a like 100%. But by the time Tuesday comes around, everyone's starting to get their groove. So I felt a little behind. But let me tell you something. Wednesdays, those Wednesdays day off, I stand by that was the best day to take off consistently, because what it did is that it turned every Tuesday into a Friday, which is a crazy way to think about it, because that means I was going in on Tuesday being like, I don't have to come in tomorrow. And it was great. It was a little bit of a breather. It made the Thursdays, and I was worried it would make Thursday feels like Mondays. It doesn't. It didn't. It just felt like my week was only 2 days long. So I don't know if anyone else will have a very similar experience than with me. Maybe it just aligns better with me. And in fact, my beginning stream schedule, right? The stream schedule when I first started, min-maxing PTO. Like, listen, you gotta, all right? You gotta. Don't be one of those people that has like 140 hours of PTO that they don't use. My internship was 9-hour work days, which meant every other Fridays they would have Fridays off, and the Fridays that I had to come in, it was only 8 hours. So that was good. Yeah, the jobs where you can get like half-day Fridays or whatever are so nice. They're so nice. It's so good. I remember, I think my favorite like time slot, actually, I had a job that was only 35 hours full time. It was a pharmaceutical manufacturing facility, and so it was only but it was 7 to 3. So getting off of work at 3 o'clock in the afternoon it spoiled me, dude. It spoiled me. getting off at 3 and beating traffic, getting in at 7 and beating traffic. I'm not a morning guy. I don't like the getting up so early in the morning. But at the same time, any kind of work schedule that allows you to beat most of the traffic that you run into is so good. It's so nice. Now, I also was spoiled because a different job I had after that one was a job that literally was a 5-minute drive. So I turned once and I was at my job. It was so nice. And then Fridays, yeah. Exactly. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like those Fridays, like 7 to 3, are so nice. I worked as a teacher, and the only enjoyable part was to be able to eat lunch at home. Yeah. Gosh, I remember one time. Oh God, I remember one time. So the last job I had was not very good mental health wise, as you can imagine, from my earlier story, and I remember. I remember at one point we were doing a potluck, right? So I was making mashed potatoes. I remember someone tried to get into contact with me because I was making it right before I went. So I was making it right before the potluck in the middle of the day, aka I was like online virtually, and someone was being like, "Hey, can you meet me in person?" And I was like, "No, sorry, I'm prepping something for the potluck. Is there something that we could just do virtually?" And they're like, "No, it's okay. I appreciate it." That person told on me and was apparently very upset that I was not working and instead doing whatever I wanted to do during work hours. And I was like, I was cooking for the potluck that was for work. Did you just not? Yeah, she was and also the thing she wanted, I was like, what was so important that you couldn't like just tell me in person? Just tell me, or like, what was so important that you couldn't just tell me virtually? She never told me. She never ended up telling me what she was going to tell me. And I'm like, what was so important that it had to be in person that it couldn't be virtual? And then, or when I got to work and I after we finished eating, I was there. You could have then told me. And she still didn't. So she was a not a great person to work with. Let's put it that way. I also can't sleep at night. 50% is from questioning my life traumas, and 50% equivalent to 5 coffees in a can. Well, I mean, what's helped me, Foxy, is the being sure to give yourself some time during the day to process things that isn't right before you go to bed. Right. But also, aren't work-related social events catalogs as work as well? Yes, but I guess they just didn't want to. They just assumed you would have prepped it outside of work time, which is like, no. I mean, some things I will consider it, but there's a big difference between leftover reheated mashed potatoes and freshly baked mashed potatoes. So I wasn't about to do that. Also, why does everyone talk about food when I'm fasting? Why are you fasting again? I thought you hit a good weight. Or am I misremembering our conversation? But speaking of food. Yeah. I've been liking the check-in. Y'all seem to be enjoying seeing the number go up. Which, to be fair, number go up. I've been playing way too much. What was the game I've been playing? Megabonk. I've been playing too much Megabonk. Also, by the way, you are my top 5 most watched streamers. Let's go! Let's go! Hell yeah, Foxy. Hell yeah. Am I your number 1? Why not? I'm just messing with you. I still want to lose like 9 pounds. Okay, but didn't you just come out of the last one? Be careful. Just listen to your body a bit, all right? Don't push yourself too hard, okay? I want you to be healthy. more important than losing weight is just being healthy. Number go up is the best kind of math. It's true though. It's true though. I mean, when numbers go up by 1. I mean, Foxy, I remember when we were trying to get the daily check-in working, and you abused the hell out of it by spamming it while the cooldown was off. I remember that shit. Please. Oh man. Top 3, you know what I say? Only 1, but only in our 3, only 1 also. What? In our 1, only 1, but also in our 3, only 1 also? What does that mean? I'm rereading it and my brain is just like the gears are just like sparking. Like 25% of my current number is from the no cooldown era. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say 25% of it. You managed to get... No, it might have been 25%. You might be right. You might be onto something with that number. I think you got it. But you know what? I'll put my money where my mouth is. I haven't eaten. So I have myself a little granola bar kind of deal. I will eat that before we get started. I also have caffeinated drink and banana. Man, I wish... I miss my caffeinated drink of choice, which is it... Gosh, what is it called? What is it called? It's something ice. And it's very good. It's like a carbonated alternative soda-like thing. I want to say it's like flavor ice or something, but it's probably not it. But they don't have that around here. So I've been drinking like soda. And then let me tell you, I'm not used to... I don't drink a lot of soda usually. What? Hey, Dragon, how you doing? You love energy drinks? See, they wire me too hard. I can't do energy drinks. Plus, I don't like the aftertaste. There's an energy drink aftertaste that I just do not like. Good, good. I'm glad, Dragon. I'm glad. Come on in. We're just leaning into the day. You know how it is. The first 30 minutes is yap. I love battery acid taste. I don't, dude. I'm not a fan. Now, what I will say, Red Bull, if you're of age, I'm adding that little caveat. If you're of age, of legal drinking age, Red Bull as a mixer is very good. But be very careful, because the energy drink will counteract the drowsiness that alcohol makes you feel. So you could potentially get alcohol poisoning. I was looking at my Twitch recap, and I was like, kind of? You got the moderator stuff wrong? I'm not entirely sure how. What do you mean? Isn't it like you moderated for some channels and it didn't show? I've recently drank a bit too much Monarch Monster, and I like to admit, Monarch Monster, is that different from Monster, or is that just a type of monster? I drink too many drinks. That is like 6 or 8 coffees. Well, it's not just the coffee, the caffeine. It's like other shit in there. I moderate for a few channels and it says only one. Not a huge deal, but kind of funny. Welcome in, Geese. How you doing? It depends. The monster cans are really big. Yeah. You have to look at the serving size. You have to look at the whole thing. Its flavor Monarch is peach and nectarine. What the hell is a nectarine? What is that? What even? Hold on. I'm Googling this shit. Oh, wait. Hold on. Is this on... It's not a display catcher. Okay, good. I was going to say, like, damn. Catching up on the school's advent calendar. Ooh, hell yeah. As in, like, designing it, or just, like, seeing what's going on so you don't miss it? Or both. It could be both. Nectarine. It's a smooth pink peach that is grown throughout the warmer temperate regions, both in northern and southern hemisphere. Oh, so it's just a peach? Why don't they? Is it just a different name of a peach? It's like peaches, but crunchier without the fuzz. Oh. I think I like peaches more. The emote I made was used 169 times. Let's go. Let's go. What was that one? Four Loco? Yeah, Four Loco. We were warned with that as an RA. It was like peak Four Loco. No joke. Okay. All right. So there is this thing happening. It was more common now. It might be more common now than it was then. When I was an RA, the number one thing that they were telling us to warn us about is people started to butt funnel in college. And we lost our minds. We laughed so hard. Because we were like, there's no way. There's no way that that's a thing that people are doing in college. And nope, it is. And it can kill you. It was so bad. That was a caffeinated beer that got banned because people would having it until they passed it from alcohol poisoning. Yep, it was. You're 100% right, Shadow. I know the school wasn't having Kevin where they put in programming problems every day. Ooh, so I just made a GitHub and caught up on 2 days I missed. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. They say if you really want to get better at something, you need to have it implemented on your daily life. Like one of the better teachers is just implementing it into your daily routine. That's how I got better with cooking. I read somewhere that it actually makes energy drinks affect your heart in a mysterious unknown combination of ingredients. Like you could have more caffeine in the form of caffeine and not get that side effect. Interesting. Or a story of a guy with 0.8 some crazy shit. Yeah. Well, the thing is like if you do the whole butt funneling thing, is that it bypasses the stomach lining, so it goes directly into your bloodstream. Like there is no barrier; it goes directly in. So you get drunker faster, which is why people did it. But you're much more susceptible to issues. Wrong. The best teacher is pain. I currently have a shock collar for what I get in air. Careful, you might be making mistakes on purpose. Sorry, I took a bite of the granola bar. But, yeah. That is very funny, though. Who controls it? Is it just like a remote? Do you have to... Is it something that's, like, required by class? That's only on Thursdays. I'm at the dog... Oh, gotcha. So, was that part of the curriculum? Or, is that like school books where you have to pay out of pocket? Because either way, Hassan is wild. Uniform? Okay, if there was a job or a shock collar was required, what job would it be? I like in that code, Geese, there's no stipulation of it turning off. There's no timing requirement. There's no... It's until you get it right. It's just gonna keep shocking you. Jobs that I probably can't say. True. No, I think... Or let's put it this way. Let's rephrase that. Well, no. It doesn't have to be in a kinky way. It could just be. Let's rephrase it. Set power 100 is wild. What if? Okay, so what job would should it be a requirement to have a dog collar on, and not, or like a shock collar? Not even dog collar, just like a shock collar. Would electrician count technically? That one could be interesting. It's like the fucking Jimbo screaming at you that you can do one more rep of the electric, painful as fuck. Yeah, maybe like physical training. My brain immediately went to like the most effed up version, which is competitive swimmer. don't not in water. Do not do that. The world's worst dog worker. That's true. I mean, electricians already have a leash attached to them on some occasion. Why not complete the set? I was about to say, don't electricians have like a piece of rubber or something that allows, if they get shocked, like a band that makes it so that it just so they don't lock up completely? I believe it's like it's their shoes. But I thought there was also like a band that they could put around their arms that would keep the electricity from going into like their hands, so they're not locked in on it's not like a vice grip on where you can't unhook your hand from the electric thing. Oil rig it's crazy. Athletes' way of keeping them motivated. Yeah, I was thinking like athletes, like any kind of like physical exertion. Ooh, construction workers. I'm not saying they should. I'm just trying to think of like carpenter. Yeah, I was like any kind of like manual labor is where my mind goes to. Maybe should was not the right word for this. Maybe it was just more or less which job would be made better. Not better. Shit. That also gets wrong connotations. No, I'm eating a banana. Just exploring the mentality of it all, I guess. The anti-static band, which doesn't protect from that. Yeah, that's true. You can hey, calm down there, Larian. Calm down. Calm down, Miss Input. Me when I get the error wrong on purpose when I'm trying to do homework. Do not give ideas to a career overlords. I mean, they're already getting kids back in the workforce, so I think that ship has sailed. It is over. That is over. Though I don't participate. I think it's whatever. It's fine. I don't judge people who do it, but I don't participate. Somewhere the kids yearn for the mines. Exactly. That's why Minecraft's so popular. If they're working around electricity like that, I think they would be wearing rubber gloves. There's a certain physics taught me. Well, that's the thing. Because, like, talking about, like, the rubber bands around the arms, the worst thing that could happen is you touch something you shouldn't be touching. The electricity goes through your entire body. It locks your muscles, so you can't let go of the electric current, and you just fry. So I could have sworn there was a band or something that they put on their arms so that whatever they touch, it locks whatever their hand to the thing, but it doesn't affect the rest of their body because it stops at the band. So they're able to pull themselves away without harming the rest of their body. It was like a whole thing. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm going insane. Or maybe it's make-believe. Given to every mafia boss. If you have the safety shoes, then you're fine. I mean, are you? Like, how effective is it? Is it for all levels of electricity or up to a certain point? When I die, upload my Neuralink to an Amazon warehouse robot. I yearn for eternal service for Great Daddy Bezos. What are you, sponsored? Protects you up to 1,000 volts. That's not bad. Speaking of special shoes, I did have to get special shoes when I worked at that manufacturing area. I had to get steel-toed. So for those that may or may not know, I have big feet. It feels like a flex on this day and age, but I do. So they're like, hey, you need steel-toe shoes, we'll provide it for you. There's actually a shoe, like, person that stops by after like every like month or so, and they like you're able to get what you need. And luckily it was just a couple days away. And I was like, I don't know if they're gonna have my size, because I have big enough feet where most shoe places do not have my size. And I was like, I don't think they have it. It's like, they'll have your size. And I was like, okay, if you say so. And so I go over there, and they're just like, all right. It was like, all right, what are you gonna want? It's like, you have the pick of the litter. Like, all these shoes looked really good. These are like looked like normal ass shoes. I wonder why I gave them back the shoe, now that I think about it. I should have just kept the shoe. Anyway, moving on. And then I told them my and then I was like, I don't know if you have mine. I was like, give it to me. And I give him my size, and then he kind of like looked at me, and he's like, we might have a few. They had two shoes that they were able to, which I was two more than I thought they were going to have. And one of them actually looked pretty decent. It was very good. Now with the size of that shoe was absolutely insane, because it's like a normal shoe plus a steel toe. But you like, and especially in a when you're dealing with that kind of like weight in a consistent basis, you need steel toe. You need a steel toe shoe, like, period. So I'm glad that they took safety. What do you mean? Dragon was just here. If anything, Dragon's probably still here, chilling in the background, having us in the background as they like work out or work on something. More than likely. Sorry, there was the first sip of a soda, so it was very carbonated. Okay, I have my soda and I have my snacks. Y'all should be proud of me. Clap, please clap. We have consumed. Well, I missed him. I miss Dragon too. Where's Dragon? I'll give a cough. Like I saw. Have you ever done like the round of applause where you clap but in a circle? Or am I just weird? See, boom, there you go. Told you, Foxy. I told you. I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a lot. Bro, that whole... I was way too old when I finally realized, like, that whole, like, their videos. I miss my wife, Tails. I want to say it was only like a couple of years ago that I saw it. I was just like, oh, yeah, Snapcube dubs are so good. So good. Oh man. If you haven't seen, I highly recommend. You've definitely seen the meme at this point. I still watch like Snapcube like compilations like to this day. Oh man. I'm gonna need people to finish E33 so I could send them funny animations. I still haven't played it at all. I've been meaning to. It looks so good. The writing looked so good, and everything about it looked so good. It was just too expensive. I just didn't have the money. But it is on my wish list, so if it gets super off, especially with maybe like Black Friday sales, maybe that's already gone. Hard to say. Did drag Salty in here because she's cyber fixated. Yeah, I mean, go for it. I keep getting a video of Snapcube laughing for an hour while playing Deltarune. Oh, what chapter are you on? Speaking of reacting, you should react to a video I send. It is Twitch friendly. I don't know. Approved. No. First you can send it to me, but we'll see. I just see clips of that vid and never watch the full one. I recommend watching the full one. The one, no, which one is it? There's one of them in particular that's really good. It's similar. The A3 have spoilers, so I can't do that to you. Got you. Got you. Yeah, spoiler free, pretty please for E33. That game hasn't been nearly long enough out. Well, it might be reached to the point where spoilers are acceptable, but I would prefer to leave it as spoiler free as I can. I still have been pretty spoiler free for Undertale for the most part. We still haven't played that. I'm slowly but surely working on my game as well. Hell yeah. Unofficial name right now is My Tales of Adventures with Anxiety. Perfect. I'd love to hear it. Glad to see you working on it. Oh, speaking of game dev stuff, Dragon, how did that go with working on, what was it? It was the one where you were doing, it was like a Five Nights at Freddy's vibed, where there's interacting with souls for the game jam. You remember what I'm talking about? No, I don't have anything that's spoiler free. Yeah. Then you cannot send it yet. But if you ever see it come on like really cheap, we never finished it. Understandable. Listen, I get it. I really do. Most games never get finished, but that doesn't mean that you can't take on the lessons and the growth that it took for you to get as far as you could with it, right? Something gave up on the project and Arson was passively helping, was super busy. Yeah. I might have to eat because of this damn gun migraine. Well, I mean, yeah. I think that's your body telling you not to go on a caloric deficit as of right now. The migraine might be caused due to your fasting. Oh yeah, does a game jam work? I have one in 2 weeks. What do you mean does it work? As in, is it effective as far as pushing you to the end? Oh wait, I think I'm just dehydrated. Well, that'll also do it. Trying to recreate Awa, but it's mentioning at around 16. Oh, how? Sorry, Geese. I misread it. You're correct. So how a game jam works is you can either work by yourself or work with others. Yeah. I follow you. I misread your question. I apologize. Either by yourself or with others. You have a certain amount of time to begin, work, and finish a game. It depends on the game jam as far as how long it is. It depends on that kind of stuff. But usually what happens is that they'll give you a theme to kind of like get your focus in on a particular thing, like randomization or chaos or friendship or whatever. And you were like, cool, you have like 3 days. You have like 3 days or whatever, how much amount of time, and then you give them your game within the certain a lot of time, and then more than likely what will end up happening is that they will, depending on how many people put in their stuff, they'll either show off everything or they'll pick like the best ones or favorite ones, etc., and show those off. So it's kind of like that. But yeah, it's not whatever you want usually. They might have some game jams where it's like, it's the spirit of a game jam is just making a game super quickly while collaborating with people. It's kind of like that. Like that's the spirit of a game jam. So the theme is just like the mentality of there is nothing more terrifying than a blank page to an artist. When you don't have restrictions or bumpers that kind of like help narrow your creative focus, it often becomes like nothing gets done because there's unlimited possibilities. The choice paralysis will start to tighten its grip around you creatively unless you have that, right? Now, if there is something that you want to work on that like you just want to show off, you could just put the limit on yourself, making the game be like, I just want to make a game within 3 days and see the best I could do. You could just do that. or you can look around, because there are websites. Is it maybe it's itch.io? Let me look. itch.io game jams. I want to say itch.io does like a shit ton of game jams. I could be wrong. I'm looking it up now. Hello? Too many requests. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Hold on. Hey, you want me to blow your mind, geese? Look at this. This is the game jams just for itch.io. Look at this. Look at this. So, if you're looking for an excuse to do it, you have some long ones. It's probably like 2025. Yeah, like Colorful Love Game Jam. It's probably through 2025, if I had to guess. Like, you have a year to make a game. Like, that kind of thing. So like a lag jam, remastered game jam, mini jam, grassroots game jam, try jam. I don't know, make the 3-hour game jam. So you just make a game in 3 hours. Like there's so much stuff that has that you could just collaborate with people. You could do Secret Santa game jam. You could have, let's say, 500 people join this one. The winter visual novel started yesterday. It was 700 people for the month of December. Like, it's good. Ooh, Alchemy game jam. That could be fun. And usually they have certain limitations. So when it comes to game jams in particular, usually they will allow you to use free assets. Usually they will allow you to use previous work. Usually a lot of game jams, and to be honest, this should be something that you should limit yourself as well, is that you can't use AI in the sense of art assets. Like generative AI for art assets. You can't do that. I've seen a lot of those restrictions. But that doesn't mean you can't use AI to help you make it. I think that's still greenlit, I believe. But yeah. Is there any way? Is there any for we design? Because I have no experience in web design. Let's see. Web design. Let's see. Micro jam. Here we go. That's ended. Most jams have discords that allow you to find a team. Yeah. Yeah, isn't too good at code anyways, better than before though. Yeah, it's one of those things where when it comes to utilization of AI, it's only the purpose that I see it doing well is doing grunt work that you can verify to fix after it's produced the thing you've asked it to produce. So if you I've mentioned it before, in a learning space, I don't think it has a place. Unless it gets better in more of like teaching specific people and learning how specific people learn properly and then providing that kind of education specifically. But currently, I don't agree. Is how I make the 15 setters and getters I need to when making a function. Setters and getters? Sorry, I don't necessarily know those terms. It's one of the consequences of being self-taught is that I don't, because I didn't go to school for it. There are terminologies that I do not have. Yes, I know. There is a mod for RV there yet that adds drunk driving. Let's not do that one. Let's not advocate drunk driving, but it could be funny. But looking at, yeah, there were definitely some game jabs for web design. What specifically in web were you kind of looking at, by the way? I know there's a we are working with a stream extension that we worked on for a while now. That's web based, because I want to have kind of like a web app that allows y'all to like interact with things, and then the only thing that y'all will have on Twitch is just conversion of channel points to our own like soul point system on the app that then you can redeem for like changing to different costumes and have just special interactions and stuff like that. So that's something that I'm learning from scratch. So I've been learning. Was it Python or was it Java? I don't even remember. I know it was HTML and CSS. That's what we're learning. I'm pretty sure. Oh god, setters and getters. Setters. I literally just learned that in Java. Functions are usually declared as private for safety reasons. To circumvent that, you use setters and getters, which are public functions that have as only used to get from the user, which are getters, and get them from the database you are using to the different functions, which are setters. Oh, is it like setting is like making variables where you just make the variable once and then you call the variable later, and the thing that is based on the variable is very private, and you don't want that being in front of people. So like if I had a thing that's like that calls my IP address or whatever, and I say my variable home equals my IP address, then the getters is the variable and the setters are what named it. Am I in the ballpark here? As far as understanding the overall mentality? I hope so. If not, yeah, whatever. We don't need to know about it yet, but we're gonna. So that specific log can access it. Oh. So nothing can call it whatsoever. Then why make it? If no one can call it, then why make it in the first place? If your code can't call it up, basically, then why make it in code? Oh, you can call it within the block. Oh, okay. Okay. Gotcha. All right, that makes a little more sense then. But yeah. All right. Wonderful yapping with y'all. Let's switch to a quick ad break. Y'all get some food, get some water, go to the bathroom, do what you need to do. And then we'll get started on some game dev, like actual game dev. I'll check Discord during this break too. See y'all in a sec. All right, let's see. Top 10 organs to sell to buy a gaming PC. Oh my gosh, that's funny. I can use my brother for something cool and fucking wild. That's wild. Alright, okay. This is a reminder to stretch, by the way. Let's do a good workout. 20. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 40. Oh. Whew. All right. 20 push-ups. 40 crunches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Woo! Let's go. Let's put that in our tracker. This was 70, 35, 50. Boom. We're almost done with our squats for the week. Let's go. Just from yesterday and today. Slowly we will go back up to our activity from before. Welcome back, everybody. Just a little out of breath from my exercise. Don't mind me. It's the squats, man. The squats get me. What can I say? But let us look real quick at our last call hub. Last call hub. Let's see. We'll just do this. Boop, boop, and boop. All right. So this is what we have. We skipped this day. So we'll just do this. Skipped. No, we'll name this played hooky. Can you? Which organ am I selling, Alarian? See, I would say something about selling my brother's organs, but you'd see my brother could kill me. For those that don't know, my brother is a personal trainer, and he's strong as hell. I have a little brother, and he's built like an oxen. What can I say? I'm quite proud of what he's done and what he does. But don't tell him I said that. He doesn't watch my streams. I don't have to worry about him finding out. For example, we had something for a character, Maying. I think that's a typo. In a character PHP file, we had private name, public function, construct name. Then it's setters and getters. Public function, get full name. Public function, set full name. Then an index PHP file, we called the private name or so. Character, new character, Jane. Then print it. Echo, character, get full name. Okay, I think I follow. It's you're setting everything up so that it equals each other, but then you make a separate public function that reads from the private function of that block. So it's kind of like you have this long, complicated inner function that's private that you don't need to call, but the part that you want to call to eventually activate it, you make public. Am I understanding it? It'll be hilarious if he finds out. Who knows? he's not. Listen, he doesn't watch my streams. I'm gonna be real. He doesn't. He won't. It's okay. It's understandable. I don't take it personally. All right. Listen, that's what matters. What matters is that I understand the philosophy behind it. That's like 50% of the work right there. Certainly not the actual coding experience. I have to believe it. I have to believe it, man. Okay. So, last week we played hooky, aka I woke up and I felt like Garbo, so I didn't stream. This time, this is 02 December. Bro, the fact that it's almost the end of 2025, I feel like it was just a couple months ago that we did the Satisfactory Christmas event for New Year's. We have the video on our channel. This doesn't open until 2026, which is a time capsule snippet that I took. Oh no. I'm gonna be really disappointed when I open that, aren't I? No worries, object-oriented programming is easy trust. Loki didn't do shit in 2025 and go back with the so listen, it was my New Year's resolution. I had to put it in at the end there. That's really funny. Oh man, I still remember what my goal was for this year. My goal for this year was to get 2 lore videos out. We haven't even done one. We haven't even done one, man. I mean, to be fair, I did have to deal with a move and then essentially a rapid mental health decline. So, like, I did have to go through a lot to get here. But, like, still, college tuitions are expensive. Yeah, no shit. Make like Hamilton and start writing like you are running out of time. Yeah, maybe, man. I think I will be satisfied if I can at least get the first lore video, like the first big one, or our first season. Maybe that could be the goal for the month of December for me. Maybe the month of December is to have, by the end of December, we start January, because I want to have like seasons on this stream. So like 3 months will just be like a overall theme, where there will be a slow drip feed of like stuff happening in the stream with a certain kind of like vibe and feel of it all, and then there's like a big crescendo at the end, like that kind of deal. And if we were going to do that, we should probably do it in January, so that the end of March, when we have our 6-month, or not our 6-month, but when we have our 24-hour stream in March, that we have that as like a ending of a season. Maybe that's what we can do. If there's anything I liked about college is that if a deadline is at midnight, I'll be pushing the last bits of code to 11:59, right? Good luck trying to enforce that on your own, though, because that's been my struggle. It's like my own deadlines. I just wave them as they go by. Wait a minute, I just noticed something disgusting. I might have to ban you. This is sacrilege. What? What? Ban what? What'd I do? What'd I do? What'd I mention? Your taskbar location? What? Yeah, it's on the right. Why is it a problem that it's on a white? Oh, don't worry, teammates are just as bad as I am at time management. Listen, every team needs somebody who isn't a procrastinator. At least one. They'll be doing the heavy lifting, but... Incorrect location. Oh, anyways, continue. Oh, where? The bottom? Okay. All right. Let me at least defend myself, Your Honor. So the reason it's up on the right is because there's been times where I am trying to copy, I have one screen up top and then another screen on the bottom, and I'm like I'm like writing things down, etc. I'm doing a comparison. But the stuff on the bottom, this being on the bottom limits what I see here. There's so much more room on the horizontal plane than the vertical plane. Why would I want to cut this short? You know? There's so much more room here. I just don't have a taskbar. I thought you didn't have one either. Oh. Why don't you have a taskbar? It's so easy to just go and click on stuff that I use on a daily basis. Or things that I don't have to worry about remembering the location. Or is it that it's hidden until you move your cursor near it? Because I think that's also a thing. Where it's like, it's hidden when it's not in use. But as soon as you move your cursor towards it, it will show up. It is a little buggy sometimes. I hide it when I'm on Windows, and I'm also on Fedora, so I don't have one. What's Fedora? Besides Milady. Besides the hat. Anyway, answer my question, then. But we're getting in. We're getting into it. We played Hooky last week. This week we want to finish phone interaction pipeline and start on coding for our first 3 steps. Basically Linux. Gotcha. Does Linux not have taskbars? All right. So as far as phone, this is phone calls. Wasn't there a phone system? Here we are. This is the step-by-step process of us trying to understand what we're trying to code and what we're trying to put together in the order of what, does. Mine does it. I'm not sure about others. Interesting. Yeah, I've never had Linux, but oh my gosh. Oh. Sorry. I just burped and had probably the worst fizz go into my nose, and it shocked me. I was stunned physically. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm awake now. Jesus. I guess. Oh my god. Oh my god. Gosh, I breathe better. What the hell was that? Anyway. Oh man. But especially with the whole Windows 11 thing, bro, I've been looking at Linux. I've been eyeing across the aisle a bit. And I'm just like, you know who isn't trying to bend me over? Not a Larian. Linux. Sorry, that was probably an inappropriate joke. Lamau, I did that this afternoon while drinking a beer with friends. Did that this afternoon while drinking a beer with friends at lunch break. Yeah. Oh wait, you had beer during lunch break? Bro, your job allows you to have alcohol in midday? Bro, that's so cool. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Well, get Mint and Lex, install it, and off you go. Yeah, right? It's kind of one of those things where it's just well... Because here's the thing. I know a decent amount of code. I'm not, at the level of a graduate by any means, but at the level that I have a decent understanding, I have built my computer. I built multiple computers. I know enough about it where I feel like I could get away with a lot of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. My friend strolls in and says, "You want a beer?" Thought he was joking. Then I heard bottles clinking. Listen, I'm not gonna narc on you. As long as you're not doing, unless you're not handling stuff that could get people hurt, then let me put it this way: if all you're doing is typing on a computer, I don't see why you would need to worry about it. I understand legally, but yeah, I built my own computer. I built my brother's computer. I helped build my brother's computer. I built my own first computer, and I'm on my second computer now that I've built myself. It's fun. It's not nearly as complicated as you think it is. It's literally like Legos. You just plug the right things in the right whatever. And just make sure you don't stand on carpet. That's really like 90% of what you need to do. You might have driver issues, but I don't know how it is with driver supports and game supports. Yeah, exactly. You do not need code for Linux if you don't want to use code. The law does not affect me. I am age of the 34 above the law. Take that to your own. Very expensive Legos. I mean, bro, have you seen Legos nowadays? Do you want to take a guess how expensive Legos are now? It's ridiculous. It's insane. Like, what probably cost me like $20 in the past is probably like $60 now. Except connecting the USB power button and reset buttons. Yeah. I mean, like I'm not sitting here soldering a motherboard. Like, I feel Legos are expensive. That shit is so damn aggravating, right? It's like, it's definitely the most, I wouldn't say complicated, but frustrating part, sure. But if that's the worst of it, then, you know, whatever. I genuinely never got a GPU that isn't integrated because getting one is so hard nowadays. Yeah, I'm planning to run my 360, 370? Not 3, like 3060, 3070, 3080. It's between 3060 or 3080. I don't remember where it landed. It's the good one. I plan on running it until currently my bottleneck is RAM because I leave everything open. Yeah, where do you all stand as far as tabs? Is tiny wiring also scary? It's fine. It's fine. It's just plugging things in. It's whatever. Putting it in my first CPU had me sweating and shaking. Yeah, the first time you do it, it's very intimidating, but you get used to it. Run it into the ground and then turn the PC into a home server. Exactly. Like internet tabs. You and Salty in a prehistoric history worth of tabs, right? So yeah. Meanwhile, I have like 15 plus, and I get overwhelmed. Nah, I think I have an issue where I open something to like work on something, and then I just don't close it when I leave. I think it's an equivalent of like leaving the room light on when you leave, kind of deal. I love Totally Accurate Battle Simulator. Ooh, same. I actually I have a couple of VODs on the VOD channel of when I played at Foxy, if that interests you. Obviously not right now, but in general. Y'all want to hear a horror story I had to deal with 6 months ago? Go for it, Ilarian. On my phone, I have nearly 250 tabs open. Bro, same. I think my phone got an update at one point that automatically closes unused tabs, and it told me I had like 215 tabs it was about to close. I got 11 open right now. Most of them are alternate emails account. That's wild. 67 on my phone. I do that sometimes. Anyway, gotta go shopping. Go shopping. Go. Y'all don't close your phone tabs? No. Why? By the time I open the tab back, the internet thing on my phone again, it's a new tab. It automatically opens a new tab for me. So I forget the other one exists. And I think that's really it. I think I forget the old tabs exist, so that I don't close it, because I've already moved on mentally. I got personal email, secondary personal, student email, 3 alt emails. Save your student email, by the way. A lot of things give you discounts if you have a college student email account. Just a heads up. I was upgrading my CPU cooler, so I had to take it off, but I make sure the thermal paste was nice and soft, so I turned the PC on and ran a game for like 20 minutes. Now imagine the horror when I pulled out the cooler and the CPU came out. Oh boy, yeah, that would be scary. Yeah, you did get a bit lucky there. I'm glad no permanent damage happened. I really am. I already got my Burger King discount coupon. That's the first thing I did. Kidding that. Here's the thing. I do remember my old email. The problem is I don't know if I could get into it to confirm it. I remember one point, one of the places I worked for a college in a graduate program. I was an instructor, and that college had like merged hands with like a engineering art kind of deal. So when I worked there, I actually had a free Maya account for 2 years. Which, if you know how expensive Maya is and Adobe Photoshop. I got free Adobe Photoshop and Adobe and free Maya for working there. So I was happy. Listen, a second burger is the same as the one that came in the menu for only $2 extra. I'm taking that shit. No joke. Geese, I'm with you on that. Take advantage as much as you can. My college has an app that shows me what discounts I get. It also confirms my identity. I get free SolidWorks for 3 years while I was still in college. Which one's SolidWorks? Oh, sorry. Let me grab that for you. The word cheap is banned on Twitch because of the bots, so you can blame them for that. Those Spotify and Deezer blocked the shit. I was email that did not work. No. Oh, UE is cheap as fuck, so I don't have that. No. I now host my own music server out of spite. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, geese. The 3D model. Yeah, SolidWorks is so expensive. It's oh. Damn. Okay. So I guess it is similar to Maya in that aspect. Because Maya is a 3D software. No, it's not. Hold on, I'm Googling it. That's what I'm going to do. 1 second. SolidWorks. Oh, yeah. You never mind. You told me. I remember this. You showed me this before. This looks familiar. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. Oh, did I say SolidWorks is free? I did not mean SolidWorks is free. I apologize if I said that. That's what I was thinking. It was Maya, because Maya is also super expensive and is utilized as a 3D software, but it's mostly used for animation and stuff like that. Yeah. Listen, I'm not saying you should pirate software, expensive software. But I understand that why people do it. I'm not saying you should, but I get it. When your license for a student is $100, that's really good. Now, if you need to use it for work, they will find out and they will fine you. Yeah. No, if you do it for work. Well, first of all, your work should be providing you those things anyway. My friend's buddy got fined $6,000. Yeah. No. So how long were they? Hold on, genuine question. The buddy that got fined $6,000. How long did they get away with it? Because if it was more than 3 years, technically he saved money. Oh, wasn't worth it. Teacher told us not to pirate SolidWorks, not from the ethics standpoint, but because the school uses an older version since the newer one has some problems. Yeah. It's one of those things where you really, if you're tempted to, you really need to weigh the pros and cons and the way you're going about it. So, like, a good example is there's one thing to say if you pirate stuff and you're just, let's say it's like Photoshop or whatever, and you're doing it so that you could just draw funny doodles, and because it's a program that you kind of want to get used to, you want to practice it, but you're not really like doing anything substantial with it, versus somebody who pirates it, and like that's where you do commissions on, and that's where you do work on, and then you produce like monetary value on that. Those two situations are very different as far as the way that it is approached. So just something to keep in mind, especially when it comes to work specifically. And it's also one of those things where like a little peek behind the curtain for the things that I work on, right? I have to make sure that the things that I put out there, at least via like videos and stream and interactions, I have to make sure that their copyright, like the copyright is good, and that I'm not going into like really bad territory with, like, there's a lot of stuff that I could be like, whatever, I'll just throw the song in here. That's not how that works. Like, you can get in a lot of trouble doing that kind of stuff. So I definitely get, like, you need to be careful when it comes to this kind of stuff. But also, when it's like $2,000 a year and you're not making at least $2,000 a year off the thing you're using it for, then you need to just deal with like an alternative if possible. Really sent the Pinkertons after his ass. Just like Wizard of the Coast. Gosh, I remember that. Also, did I show you that my air fried chicken that I made the other day? Yeah, you did show me. I was going to send you a picture of what I made, but I forgot. And I ate it. So, there's that. No, that was fun. Are you paying your $100 a year for Excel, Dodo Man? I am. Because I use Excel. I use Excel essentially daily, and I use Word for my resumes. So if I don't pay the $100 a year, I will feel it. Yeah, Microsoft, the whole Microsoft package is an annual cost. I use Word, Excel, and that's about it. I have been told that OneNote is really good for like projects with multiple people and the coordination and stuff like that. I got that shit for free. Nice. It used to be a one-time payment. Hopefully you got it during that one-time payment. But yeah, no, I don't really use the other apps. Now, last time I checked, there wasn't an option that was like just Excel. Otherwise, I would have just gotten that. Like, I pretty much used Excel up until they straight up just bricked it and made it so I could not do anything with it unless I paid money. So, here we are. It's one of the, if I didn't use it every day, I would have looked for other methods, or I would have moved to like Google Sheets or whatever. PowerPoint and Word are such the few things I didn't pirate. Check LibreOffice. I think it's fairly good. LibreOffice. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. LibreOffice. Free and private office suite. Okay. Just use the spreadsheets you get when you're buying graphics calculator. Excuse me. Sorry, this soda's kicking my butt. Don't know why. Okay. How does do the functions work essentially the same? Because that could be beneficial. Since we'll do it this way. I literally just renewed it not too long ago, so I won't hold it. I will consider it the next go around, because if I already called it, or if I already If I already did it, then there's no point of me holding on to it. But the next go around, I'm going to let that pass. I'll let that go. And then we'll see if we can do a new one, because it is like, again, $100 a year, which is crazy, by the way. It's not super, super expensive, but again, how do y'all feel as far as the idea of like owning versus pirating? Because I remember having this conversation before, where it's the mentality of, if I don't own the thing that I'm buying, then pirating it isn't stealing. Just wondering, just getting a gauge. You're really not saying anything about it? Understandable. No, that checks out. Because, you know, anything you can say can be used against you. Yep, that is true. That is true. Especially in a public forum like this. It's just a pain to navigate since, you know, you're using a literal calculator. That is true. Maybe you should get one with the Python, though. It's pretty fun to make random code on it when bored. Yeah. Now, I think what I will say about that, I think it's an oversimplification. I understand the angst behind it. I don't like the direction that we're going with it. But but I do think that statement is an oversimplification of the situation at hand. Because, like, a good counter argument, I think, for that decision. Oh, shit. Alright, you ready for this? Okay. First, I'm going to check to make sure there's nothing up on my tabs that I'm going to regret showing on stream. No. 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 Cool. No. I think we're good. Alright. Before you ask, no, I have nothing 18 plus on my tabs here. ArcSalps is taken into account, and if Dodo didn't save, does he not have to save it? No, I can still save. I can still save stuff, but it's basically just like, hey, clean out your freaking closet. Cleaning out your closet doesn't mean you throw all your clothes away. You know what I mean? I call Cap. No, look, I didn't. Well, you didn't see anything. All right. So first things first. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 windows. So we have 6 windows up. Here's a LibreOffice. So 1 tab, 2 tab, 3 tab. Then I had Buffer. Buffer is something that I'm considering utilizing to post on all my social medias all at once by just using one program. But I haven't made a short yet to test that out. So 4 tab, My Vicious Garden, I was looking for the game dev company of that guy that we rated the other day. I forget off the top of my head. Do you just open different windows instead of new tabs? I open new windows when it's a new kind of like mental place, if that makes sense. So if it's like I'm researching something, then it's all in the same window, but it's different tabs is a different thing. I mean, as I mentioned, RAM is currently a problem for me. So My Vicious Garden, so I was looking for the game dev stuff, couldn't find it. Squarebase and game dev, still couldn't find it. So that was me trying to find his stuff. Then we have over here, we have BlackRock Shooter. Someone mentioned that. I had no idea what that was. Someone mentioned Kodama. I was also looking for that. Hey, Piranha, how you doing? You can make groups for tabs? I did not, actually. Please, I would not. No. I'm not a fan of Lolly. Is she Lolly? Lolly adjacent? Someone did clear tabs, so we're going through my tabs. Kodama, exit that, so that's like 7, 8. Is there a way to check on fans on Windows? Because my fan has been really loud lately, and I want to figure out why, even though I tried to air spray it, it's still loud, and I'm trying to figure out why. So that's 9. Guardian of the Underworld dog. I forgot the word Cerberus. That's 10. I was looking up Kintsugi because for a character that I am making an idealist, which I will give you a free lore drop, and this character that this Kintsugi is going to be applied to is one of Idealist X. Is an ex-girlfriend. So look forward to that. That's going to be a long time from now, but we're looking at it. So that's 11. No, but why do you have all these? Why not? This is just who I am as a person. You can check in BIOS for software from your motherboard. 20 petabytes of RAM versus what Idealist. Is that a bowl? Yeah, it was this is me forgetting what Kintsugi was. So I didn't know what it was called. So that Magma. I'm gonna keep Magma up. I'm gonna keep this one up. This is from when we were doing drawing stuff, and I liked this. So we're gonna keep this up. So that was like what, 12 overall. This is the song on repeat that we have going on, so that stays up. This is all my social media. So a lot of this stuff we keep up so that way I could keep track with it without opening it again. But a lot of these are not. So this was easy program to cut footage because I was having issues with that. So that's 13. Mario Hat for reference, 14. Blender to resolve class, 15. Blender to DaVinci resolve pipeline, 16. This is a book that I want to read that I keep forgetting to read, so that stays up. So that's 16. I'm not showing up my drive. Tumblr, that stays. TikTok, that stays. Facebook, because I've been posting to Facebook lately because that's an untapped market. Instagram, the post one can close, but this is the clip one. I am trying to learn Blender. That's the point. For the lore videos, it's gonna be a mixture of hand drawn and Blender. This is so that I can get the HTML to post it on stuff, so that stays. This is the VOD channel, that stays. Indie games, that can close. Blue Sky account, Twitch account, that stays. Keeping track with keeping an eye on my socials is important to keep open. Do y'all disagree? Like I need these in order to post things appropriately. Yeah. Oh, you agree or you disagree? So you think all this should close? Let me put it this way. Okay. I want to describe to you my process if I close these. All right? Are you ready for this? All right, cool. I open up YouTube. No, mobile is off limits. Mostly because I can't share it on stream. Otherwise I would, because that would be funny. That'd be good content. Pull out MS Paint, explain it to us like a pirate software. That's what the point is. No, that's on my iPad. And we're not doing iPad. Tell you that much too, because you'll think the iPad one is just as bad as this, except less windows. Imagine all the windows, all the tabs just on one window. That's my iPad currently. Okay, so let's say I want to post a video on my VOD channel. Yay! I open up YouTube. First thing that comes up, it's on the clip channel. Oh no, I have to switch it. I have to open a new URL to then sign out, then sign back in. Then I have to sign into the right account. All the account is under the same email, so they all have the same
effing name, so I have to guess which one of the VOD channels that is actually applied to, and then I choose it. It's the wrong one, and then I have to verify it by looking at my email saying like, hey, is this your account? Please tell us the number that's on this email. And then I do that, and it's the wrong one because it's the other channel that I've made that I haven't put anything on there. So then I sign out, do it all again, choosing a different sign-in account until I finally choose the right one, and then I post the video. And I have to do that every time I close it. I'm not closing these tabs. You can keep signed in for multiple accounts. It kicks me off every time. Every time, Alarian. Every single time I close these things, it tells me to in order to keep multiple accounts. It's not a skill issue. It's the software being a pain in the ass. So a lot of times I keep so that's why I say the ones that I close, they're the ones that are just like, oh, that's just me being just like a tab opener, right? These are open because it drives me fucking crazy when I close these and then I have to like spin in circles for the next 10 minutes to get one thing done. So YouTube, done. Now, as far as Instagram, I will close Instagram. I will close Facebook. I will close TikTok. Tumblr, I want to keep open, mostly because I have been lacking on posting our art on Tumblr. And I do have bookmarks. I have bookmarks for the sounds that we use, and then the free, the copyright-free images, as well as I'm bad with words, so I have Word Hippo. Have you guys ever heard of Word Hippo, by the way? Y'all know what this site is? I'll close this. Don't worry. Word Hippo. If there is a word that you don't really know, so like let's say it's a word that's kind of like ascending, like you just don't know what the word is, it will give you the definition and all the words that are equivalent to that word. It's like an advanced thesaurus. Is that a hand-drawn Subway Surfer Brainrot gameplay with a dodo that I saw on the Instagram? No. Ideally, you could probably press Control W on Opera to save a tab so it doesn't close by accident. Oh, that's actually kind of cool to know. Thank you. I didn't know that. Shortcuts are something that I should probably get better with, in period, like at all. But anyway, so as someone who was bad with words, this is a lifesaver for me. So everything else stays. The YouTubes definitely stay because it's a pain in the ass. I don't check Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok on the computer. I do that via phone, so I'm fine with closing it. I don't know. I'm not hitting it. I may need it for brain rot extension on VS Code. No, unfortunately, I do not have a hand-drawn Subway Surfers for Mama Dodo, but that would be really funny. That would be really funny. Anyway. So, that was like, what, 5 more? So that's what, 20 tabs? And then we have this one for server. This is a bot that I've recently implemented onto the server for automatic posting, so I don't have to worry about it every day. This is another one that I tried previously that I didn't like, but I'm not sure if the new one's actually good enough, so I'm keeping it up so that we'll flip it. This is reactive. Same thing with the YouTube. Having 2 different Discords open on the computer at the same time causes things to be really problematic, so I'm not closing this because it makes me switch every single freaking time. And then this is a Etsy shop for really cute and adorable stickers that I've been using to help reference to make my stuff look cuter. So it's kind of like a reference thing. I want to keep it open because I'm not going to remember this person's name if I close it. I'm going to be real with y'all. This is open because I will forget otherwise. And there you go. Oh, and as far as Excel sheets, yes, the tab closing also works for Excel. Lucky for you, I turned my computer off last night because the fan has been too loud in order to sleep. They've been automatically closing. And it's just like me tracking. Since I was doing a workout, I was tracking for that kind of stuff. So I'll close that, and that's that. So that's like what, 21? That was 2 windows, 20 tabs, and an Excel sheet. That's what your closed tab ones did. So good job. Appreciate the reminder. We all have our vices. Don't come at me. Don't act like you're so perfect. Hold on. Actually, there is one thing that I want to do, just real quick. I just want to go through on my iPad, and I'm gonna just tell you how many tabs I have open. 1 second. All right, let's see. All right, let's see here. Let's see how many tabs I have open. Okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21. Oh, it does tell me. You're right. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Huh. Weird. Hey Crow, how are you doing? Welcome in. I just finished telling y'all how many tabs I have open on my iPad. 21, by the way. Mr. Beast counting to 10,000. Did he do that? What? What are you talking about? Crow, they're being mean to me. They're making fun of me for all my tabs that I have open. They're being mean. Let me put things in a little bit of perspective for y'all. Besides the YouTube thing. The first time, I have a friend for like 70, exactly. I think he did a counting challenge way back in the way when he was still relatively small. Gotcha. The first time I made that clean your tab button was because I just offhandedly wanted to mention, oh, I have a lot of tabs open. You all want to see how many tabs I have? I made a short of it. All right. It was 56 tabs. I had 56 tabs on 9 windows that day. All right. And then they literally, I think it was Dragon. I think Dragon was the one, if I remember correctly, who literally just like redeemed a channel point saying add to like stream, and was just like, add a way for us to close your tabs. And I'm like, you know what? That's really funny. Let's go with it. And I had to close down like more than half of them. Yeah. So yeah, I run out of RAM a lot. I do. I thought 32 would be enough for me. I really did. I thought it was like 32. I'll be fine. 32. I can have all the tabs open I want, and I could do all the games I want. Turns out, when you're editing, you need all 32 of those. Can we not redeem the closed tab for a year to see what happens? Well, here's the thing. Normally, yes, it would be really funny. But because my fan has been so loud, I've been shutting down my computer at night, which is probably what you should be doing, by the way. I'm a put the computer to sleep and then wake it up the next day kind of guy. You know, just cause. I guess I just hate my computer just from the sounds of how I'm treating it. I don't know. I don't want to have to reopen all my stuff. I wanna pick up where I left off the previous day. You know? Like having to reopen everything after I've worked on it all. Clean your PC, fans. Well, I hit with the spray. I also don't know if the fan sound issue is a like if it's because the fan is dirty or if there's something else with it. I don't know. Almost like a rattling. You know what? How about this? Next time it starts like being like really loud, I'm going to. That's the bearings going. Well, how do I fix it? A 1 in 10,000 chance of Nightmare Foxy jump scare every stream? No. No. Too good to go groceries acquired? Hell yeah. Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. Hold on, let me write this down before I forget. I'm going to open a new tab. Too good to go. I want to check that out more. Yeah. WD-40 fixes including my parents' marriage. Oh. We just cleaned it up and now we build more. I'm just kidding. I put it on a note. I did it on a notepad. Notepad is the only other thing beside Excel sheets that I use on a like for everything. I use Notepad for everything. I'm gonna work on my game, and when I get back home, hell yeah. I spent 2,000 of my buckaroos on that. You should just replace it. Not gonna lie. Really? Should I replace it? It's like I think it's coming from one of my CPU fans though. I mean, they're relatively cheap, so that's fine. But don't I then have to re-put on the thermal paste if I replace the CPU fans? I don't remember if you could take the fans off without taking the CPU off. It's not stock. I did buy it separate. But it was like a really good cheap fan. Ken, if you're careful. Okay. It's a personal part of my life, so I don't know how much angst I want to add. I mean, honestly, when it comes to story, like adding trauma to OCs, man, there's nothing better. I mean, hell, Idealist story is based around my own journey of recovering from toxic productivity. Like, it wasn't until after I started making the story that I started reflecting on that, you know? So, put in as much as whatever takes you as the person to grow beyond it. At 1 in 10,006 chance exactly to find out. Okay. All right. Let me, Foxy, I don't think you've seen this. All right. This is a warning to all of you that there will be a jump scare in about like a few seconds. I'll give you a heads up. All right. Just a heads up. I'm not going to throw it super crazy. Yeah. So, we made a jump scare. Okay? We made a jump scare for stream for Poppy Playtime. So if this is something that you want, we can try to make it work. But I don't think it should be random. Unless it's one of those things where it's like it's redeemed and then people know that it's coming. Because a lot of people have us in the background. I don't want them to be worried of having a heart attack in the middle of it. Yeah. Like for me, it's a tough definition. Do I keep the route of writing Nikki Chase did where it's more lighthearted, or do I make it much more dark and not hide any themes? If I were to, I guess it depends on the audience that you want to gather around it. Like both are beneficial, but in different ways. But one is making inner anxiety much less stronger than lighthearted, much darker to heal in the same way the venting does. Maybe a little bit of both. Have moments of both. Anyway, thank you. All right. Okay. This is the jump scare. I'm going to do it in 3, 2, 1. That was the jump scare. So if we really want it, hey, I like it. Oh, was it really quiet? Hold on. Where is it? I'm going to do it one more time. Let me look at this thing one more time. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So it's like, so that's fine, use it. All right. So triple byte, exactly. All right, then let's do that. Then here's the thing then. Do we want it random? Just make it redeemable. Okay. 1 in 10,000 chance, huh? All right, let's do it. So we'll have a redeem. Let me go back down. Add text. Yeah, I agree. We'll add text too. Oh, let's definitely boop boop. And then wait, what? How are you able to? Oh, that was Discord reactive. Whoopsies. I'm sorry. I thought I did this. I thought I turned off the display capture. All the flirting that you've been doing is now being shown on Twitch. Oh my god, what are we gonna do? Let's see here. We're gonna do a power up channel points. Here we are. Boop boop boop. Exactly. All right. How expensive do we want to make it? It's a 1 in 10,000 chance. So I'm thinking cheap. I'm thinking like 100. But if we have text, I do kind of. Let's do this. 50? 20? That's really cheap. Considering the fact we're halfway through the stream and no game dev has been done, can we just write a reminder to implement something? No. We'll get to it. We're just gonna. One of the things I wanted to tackle today was the timing of the calls, and do we want something happening between the calls? That's one of the things I wanted to tackle. It is 1 in 10,000. Okay, then we'll do this. We'll do 20, and the reward name is Poke Mama Dodo. But the cooldown is going to be it only goes to 1 minute. So 15 minutes? 2 minutes? What are we feeling? 2 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Okay, 15 minutes. 15 minutes. You poke. Well, here's the thing. The redemption cooldown is global. That's the issue. So one person spams it. Another person can't do it for 15 minutes. You get what I'm saying? So on one hand, I get if it was individual 15, I would say that's true. But if it's global, that's why I want to go shorter. Now, is there a way to between redemptions up to 7 days? Limit redemptions per user per stream. Right, but that just limits the amount of times that you can poke Mama Dota per stream. It doesn't limit the time per whatever. Hold on. Maybe it's something that we could do. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's not do it here. Let's see if we can mess with that. Okay, so how many pokes are we thinking then? 50 points every minute? Let's do this for now. Just for now. Actually, you know what? Not for now. So poke Mama Dodo. What harm could it do? And then we'll make the color blood red. That's too bright. There we go. Done. 1 in 10,000. All right. We'll mess with this in a second. Right now, it doesn't do anything. Actually, you can limit it to do 10 redeems per person with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Oh. You know what? You might be onto something. 2, 10. But I'm pretty sure this would still not... That's still not... The 2 minutes still wouldn't be individual. So let's hold on for a second. Let's see what we can do on the streamer bot side of stuff, right? This is chat redeemed. Here we go. Add. This is poke the dodo. Here we are. Watch the first one set off. That would be crazy. It would have a 1 in 100 chance or 1 in 10,000 chance, but still. Let's see. We'll do reward. Oh, we need to do this. Hold on. For whatever reason, StreamerBot is like this, where I have to close it and then open it. In order, whenever we make a new thing, it won't see this existing until we open up a new one. So let's open it up. And now we can do it. So chat made, poke the dodo, reward redemption, poke the dodo. Here we go. And now the way you go about it is we play a thing on OBS. We do a source and we set the source visibility state to visible. We'll do it to... Where is the main one? Here we go. Main. And then it is something jump scare. That's what it was. What was it? Where are you? Where are you? Toy jump scare. There you are. Visible. Boom. We also want to add group. This group name is Won the Lottery. It will make a random color. Boop, boop, boop. There. Wow. Man, is that not readable? That's barely readable. How about something that's a little more readable, yeah? Oh, is it because it's in dark mode? Like, what's going on? There it is. Whew. Wait. Have you not checked in yet, Dragon? That's crazy. Is the bot a Mr. Meeseeks? No, actually, the bot is Mama Dodo. That was actually one of my, like, tongue-in-cheek thing. The Paleomancer's Dodo thing is a real Twitch account that is a bot for this account and is Mama Dodo. Is the way that I'm painting it. She made her own account. So feel free to follow that one because I think that's funny. That so many people have already followed Mama Dodo even though she has never streamed a single thing. Oh my gosh. I think when I make Idealist the 3D model, I'll probably make our current like Mama Dodo icons and bring that over to her side. Spoiling Queen some more. You love spoiling Queen, gotta say. I do plan on having Queen being in the first lore video though. A little bit of a spoiler there, but you know, whatever. Getting people excited, that's kind of the point. And then this one we do hidden, and then we need to make it we need to add a delay. Sorry, hold on. I need to see how long this is. So it's about to happen again. Just heads up. Just if I could find it. There you are. Let's see. All right, 3, 2, 1. I think delay is probably 2,000 milliseconds. I think is so 2,000 milliseconds is 2 seconds. FYI. So we poke the dodo, we win the lottery, and this one, it's random. No, it's not random. Crap. This one is not random. We have to make another group. Which one will it be? No. There, come on, give it to me. There it is. Now this one is random. Where is... There is a way to mess with it. Crap, where is it? Where are you? Where are you? And then this one, honestly, is just gonna be delay 2,000 milliseconds. That's it. Between the two. Yeah, here it is. Perfect. Wait is, hold on. We need a calculator this. It was 1 in 10,000, right? So it was 10,000, 10,000, right? 10,000, 10,000. So it's 0.0001. 0.0001. And then this one. Oh, this one you have to have it in folder. Okay. All right. Bruh, what do I? Whatever. When as far as moving the decimal, why didn't you just do 1 divide? Anyway. Yeah. Okay, look. I'm a scientist. I'm used to doing it manually. Moving scientific figures one direction or another, that's a 3 zeros down and put in a dot. Exactly. Move that. I mean, that's kind of basically what I did, Crow. Pretty much. But in my mind, I was like, okay, 10,000 is how many zeros? I basically forgot how many zeros 10,000 was. But I also know the calculator is faster. Calculator is faster, and that's why I'm a little embarrassed that I did that live on stream. It's like, bro, just throw it in the calculator. Why are you trying to do this manually? Me bringing out the abacus, being like, okay, yeah, at 1 in 10,000, if I did it. This is lost the lottery. Boop, boop, boop. And boop. Boom, boom. And then you have the weight 0.9999. Right? 4 nines? 4 nines. Okay. We'll clip it later, right? All right. So now I save it. Now it should. No, oh no! I remember what it. No! Don't do it yet. We need a. We need a text. We need something saying send message to channel. Was it user? I think it was username. Poked Mama Dodo. And paid the price. And then we'll do... There we go. No, I think it's for For StreamerBot, it's the variable call is percentage signs. And then this one is username Pokemon Dodo, and she let's see here, Pokemon Dodo, and didn't pay the price. No, that's lame. And was promptly ignored. Okay. Let's give it a shot. Okay. Okay. So that works. Yeah, we'll do 50-50 for right now. Okay, we'll do 0.5 and then 0.5. Boop. Twitch message. All right. Need a large sample size for 10,000, right? All right. Test trigger. Okay. Test trigger. Okay. That genuinely startled me. That genuinely startled me. It happened so fast. It happened so quickly. All right, we're switching this now. We're switching this back to normal. 0001. And then 0.9999. There we go. Poke the Dodo has now been added to the stream. Oh, did I? Different one? Come on. Show it. Give it to me. Why won't you? There it is. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? There's no two. There's no two here. There's just one. What do you mean? Also, why isn't it... Why isn't it working it for y'all? Oh, hold on. Go ahead and do it again. Yeah. Do it again. Yep. Okay. All right, so there's nothing here. Is there like concurrent? Ooh, let's see here. We'll also add this to event spam. Event spam means that multiple uses won't. No, you were correct, Dragon. I had the wrong thing. It'll make it so it'll wait for the previous one to finish before it'll do it. So the question here is now, since it doesn't seem to be any way to regulate it via here, you can via commands, but not through channel points. I'm user limit. Yeah, we're gonna do user limit. We're gonna do cooldown limits. We're gonna have. What do you think? 10? Let's see this. Let's see this. Is this global for everyone? Let's see. Is it now limited? Can anyone
confirm that they can't do it anymore because it just got. So Alarian did it. Now it should be on a 1 minute cooldown. Is that the case for everybody? Or is it just for Alarian? That's what I want to check. Yeah, it's on a 1 minute cooldown. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to say, yeah, I'm going to do. Out of stock. Yeah. So what are we thinking? Do we think 1 minute is too short? Because on one hand, I like 15 minutes if it was per person, but not global. Global 15 feels like it's not, especially when you're trying to essentially gamba the jump scare. Like, you want it at least consistent enough where it's still fun, where you won't forget that it exists, but not so consistent that it becomes spammy. So we want a good middle ground. So I'm thinking closer to 5. But 5 might still be spammy. What do y'all think? Where y'all's... Actually, you know what? Tell me this. We're going to go to ad break because we missed it while we were still doing this. Y'all tell me in the chat while the ad break is happening, and then let's go to the bathroom, get some water, do what it is that you need to do. I'll see y'all in 3 minutes. I'm gonna do some exercises. I'm gonna do some exercises. I'm gonna do some exercises. Because I feel like it. Because I feel like it. Because I feel like it. Oh. Do we want to make it shiny odds? Boxy, do you want shiny odds? Because that could be funny. Instead of 1 to 10,000, we can make it shiny odds. I think shiny odds is 1. Yeah, I thought it was 1 in 4,000, but that might be after the, like, there's like a shiny ribbon or something. Hell yeah, let's do that. That one I'm doing a calculator for. Oh shit. 3 zeros and then 1 and a 2. Welcome back, by the way. There we go. 3 0 1 2. 3 9s.
Uh, 8-7. You have to run up to 0.1% from. Really? You don't say. A volley sounds, right? That would be hilarious. Instead of it's just like a shiny. That would be kind of funny. What if we did like a shiny Hunt Dodo costume of it? Dodo costume version where this role will like throw up a like Mama Dodo PNG, and then like one in blank amount of chance it's a golden dodo. You get like a shiny costume. That'd be really funny. I think that's right though. I imagine gold, right? It would probably be golden dodo. Randomly switch costumes redeemed with the chance. That's pretty good too. That's pretty good. What if there's a special costume switch that's not on any of the choices, but you can only get through the random 1 in 8,000 chance? I own the one and only golden Mama Dodo Labubu. Oh, one thing I did want to do, by the way. I kind of want to delete the text of you failing it, because I was thinking, as far as this being spammable in shared chat, I could see being annoying. How do y'all feel about it? The text when it happens, definitely, because people need to understand what just happened. My God. So much of your respect was just removed. How much was there to begin with? 5 is either a lot or a little, depending on how much respect was there. But that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we remove the text just from the spamming standpoint. Granted, we could, because yeah, isn't there a way to make it user side? Here's the thing. I think there is. I just don't know how to do it. As far as I could tell, the only way to do it is to like code. Like we have like get user information or add users to group, but there isn't a way to like send message directly to the person. You know, send announcement to channel, send message to channel, reply to message, clear chat messages. Those are all the things that we have. And when I look up, you got flagged to 69. That's why? Why did it flag 69? What? Hold on. Someone put NA space 69 again. Was it just the combination of the NA 69? What the frick? It's the combination. Why? It did ban it. Sodium 69 is really funny. Yeah, it bans it. NA 69. What does that mean? Why is it banning it? That's crazy. Why? Oh, well, it's not doing it anymore. It didn't do... Hold on. One more time, Foxy. One more time. NA69, normally. Why didn't it flag Dragon? Why did it flag Dragon? Not Dragon, but... Dragon, do it one more time. Because it's flagging everyone but you. I don't know why. Apparently chlorine 69 is not a problematic. Why Na 69? 69 is fine, Na is fine, but when combined, is it like sodium and water? It's explosive? Is that it some dumb cipher for spells? Oh, it might be. Maybe. Yeah, no, dragon's safe. The rest of y'all apparently were flagged. The dragon can say it as much as he wants, but the rest of y'all apparently got tagged at some point. Why do I have this privilege? I don't know. All right, let me see something. How to send messages directly to a chat user on Twitch. Apparently. Oh yeah, how to whisper. Let's see here. 3 ways to DM on Twitch. Click the whisper button to chat. Yeah. How to whisper via streamer bot on Twitch. Send Twitch whispers with streamer bot. Here you go. Yes, import the whisper template action. We have to like that's crazy. It severely limits the amount of whispering that bots are allowed to do before they're locked out. Whisper bot command. It will be available on 1.144. There will be a new command source, Twitch Watch, as well as a new bot whispers. So it is Twitch bot whisper is here? Bitch, where? No way that got flagged. What? Oh yeah, no, that's hilarious. I get the amount of times I made a deal live by actually typing ho instead of how. Yeah, exactly. And it got flagged by it. Oh my gosh. K potassium is also nice. Thorium. Ho. H-O-E. No, seriously though. Where's the streamer bot? Dex? I don't even know what that is. Twitch. Can you core Twitch bot whisper. All right. Let's open another one. Streamer bot Twitch bot whisper. Here we go. After setting the whisper, you must have a verified phone number. See the phone number settings. The API might slightly drop the whispers, blah, blah, blah. Variables. Okay. Almost tempted to say random stuff to see what gets flagged. But Nazi did not get flagged. That's crazy. The fact that Nazi didn't get flagged, but NA69 did, is kind of crazy. Twitch broadcaster variables, Twitch user variables. Oh, I know what this is. This is it. It's on here. Twitch. Yeah, here it is. Bot whispers. It is a trigger. It's not a sub action. That's what I ran into. I don't know why. Bot whisper sub action. The only way to do it is if we do like a thing here. We have to download the action. Which, you know what? Fine. But I'm tempted not to do it right now. So this is what we'll do. To prevent spam, let's not have this. No. Yeah, let's not have this one. For now. If you win the lottery, you do get something. But we'll try to fix the whispering situation later. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, is it because I registered my phone number? Did y'all not register your phone number on Twitch? 69 is offensive. Yeah, I was gonna say, actually, the amount of electrons that they have. Why would I? Well, I did because I'm a streamer. Need to have NA69 code, like how we had tweeting. What should there be a soundbite with it? I forgot. I keep forgetting that we have that. Did I tell y'all the reason why it comes with the definition? Because it's so, for those that don't know, tween is, the definition's right there. When I first learned that to use it for game dev, I laughed for a solid 5 minutes because I found tween to be such a funny word. And I made the command, or the command tween that came with the sound boom. I think it was Star was with me when we were figuring that out. Of course, Dragon knows about tweening pros at the time. But what I was told off stream, they were just like, hey, just letting you know, tween also means like a tweenager. Like between teenager and like a kid. And so, maybe not be the best thing in the world to have a command for with a vine boon. And I was just like, oh shit, you're right. I better have the definition on there too. So then I added the definition. I was like, oh, probably not the best idea to just have a tween command without a proper definition. Know it from the animation definition. Oh my gosh. Stop bullying Dragon Foxy. Alright. So, okay. Now comes the question of, are we actually gonna do game dev? It's about a teenager, right? How many more commands are just lost to history? That's actually a good question. Let's see here. For commands, we have Duck Army, Egg, Follow Age, Infected Army, Praise, the Dark King, Tween, Egg Emote, Noise, Feeding Time. Oh, that's the Feed the Summon. Poke the Dodo, ask, all the socials. We had Dono at one point. Tweendle. Last call. So we actually have one for the game. So like a description of what the game that we're actually working on. And then we also have, I should turn this one off. That was getting Kai to affiliate. Yeah, it was mostly socials is kind of it. What? I turned that off. What? What the hell? Where is... Hold on. Donate. Yeah, what the... It's off. It's disabled. Why is it still working? What? Commands. Donate. disable. There. I mean, the one that got made happen was donate. Rewards, I don't think is a thing anymore. Yeah, there was no such thing as rewards. So donate is done. Dono will also just disable that. All right, there you go. Should be no longer functioning. But yeah, no, don't donate to the link. That's been done. I don't even know if you can. Y'all donated a lot though. I do very much appreciate it. Which one was it that you learned Python? I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. We're bringing so many things soon. We might. I mean, listen. I'm glad you break it so that way I actually know what to fix. I'm fine with y'all breaking my stuff, at least as long as not the intention if it's like cruel. Like if you're doing it to the extent of just like trying to make me feel bad, then yeah. Should I pointer? Should I eat more carrots? What? Pointer? Where are you getting that from? There's no pointer in here. Should I dealist close every tab on his phone? Are you stupid? Wait, Queen, that's spelled incorrectly? That's hilarious. That's honestly really, really funny. Hold on. What are you stupid? Especially with stupid. Let's see here. What are you stupid? And it's spelled wrong. Love it. Love it. That's funny. That's really good. It's tempted to just have that be wrong. Stupid quotes. I was like, what are you, stupid? It's like, well, I know you are, well, what am I? Did any of y'all ever get hit by that, by the way? I am rubber, you are glue. Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to you. I have a feeling that has died to the age of time. Because there's no way kids are still doing that while also scrolling TikTok, right? I think I get gaslit by Foxy, and for some reason, though pointer triggers ask for some reason. Really? Oh, I know. I read it. It has, sadly. No, pointer. Why does pointer? It shouldn't. Anywhere is pointer doesn't have ask in any way, shape, or form. Fine. Start. That should prevent any double whatever's causing it to happen. Well, He said, fuck yeah, so it had to be true. What do you mean? It said, what are you, stupid? Your phone is a hot pocket. Well, my old phone was a hot pocket. I had the Galaxy G7. So it had the exploding one. I had the exploding one for a long time. Like, I had that thing charging by my head for like years. Above stupid. Let's see here. What are you talking about? Okay, let me do that. Oh, give you VIP. Got you. Well, good thing Queen isn't the Paleomancer here. Besides, what would you do with VIP? Just genuinely curious. That's from the 3,000 points I fed Queen. Right? Yeah, Queen does not bite the hand that feeds her. There you are. Let's see.
They're on my side on this. Yeah. I don't even know if Queen would even know what VIP is. Their only summon that would have any inclination of how the stream works, it would be Mama Dodo, because she's directly connected to it. I don't think any other summon would have any idea how this works. Not even reverse psychology. Did you just psychology? My brother. That is not how you spell that. Oh my gosh. It's PS. PS. Wait, misspelling this doesn't mean I'm also terrible at spelling. True. True. I can see why. Yes. Yeah, there you go. You got it. But you know what? We all understood. We understood what you were saying. Psychological. Oh my gosh. I still remember the Did y'all ever watch Kids Next Door? Was that on your repertoire growing up? I don't know if I've reached a point where people have no idea what I'm talking about. Nah, we're studying cyclists, right? I remember there's one episode that was really funny, and it was one of the kids who was being like, man, I'm gonna ace the spelling test. I got all the shortcuts memorized. And everyone's just like, what are you talking about? It's like, well, instead of something like the psychology where it's like, instead of PSY, what if I did CI? Because it's the same verbiage, so that means I'm gonna ace this test. It was really funny. I still remember that to this day whenever I spell things incorrectly, and I'm just like, man, if only it worked like that. Yeah, it was that one with the orange hair. No, I think he was blonde. I think he had the orange hoodie. Let's see. Let's see if we can. Let's pull it up. Kids Next Door. Yeah, I was right. Blonde, orange hoodie. 1, 2, 3, and he was 4. He was number 4. Yeah. You know what? I will close this one. Okay, calm down. Everyone relax. Side focus about Meowth. All right. Now, with 2 hours and 44 minutes into this stream, are we actually going to do some game dev? Maybe. Also, why is there icons on the side? Don't get them started, Crow. Don't get them started. They're so mad at me with the side. But, okay, so here's my defense. All right, here's my defense with the icons are on the side. There's more room on the right side than it is on the left side. Or on the bottom. And I think there was something to do with trying to make screens fit. I don't remember if I was trying to copy one thing to another or if it was something stream related, but at a certain point I couldn't get everything to everything was off by a little bit of a amount, and it was really frustrating. So then I just put it up on the side and it fixed it. So that's why. Me showing that I'm a top, put it on top. What is the implementation plan? I don't think you said what you're going to do today. Oh, yeah. What we're going to do today is finish phone interaction pipeline and start coding for the first few steps. That was what we're going to do today. So this is the implementation pipeline. This is where we go step by step of how we want the interaction to go, so then we know what we want to code for. That's what this is.
Have you tried putting exes in a folder and put it on the taskbar? No. What happens? I imagine it just opens the folder. Yeah? Or do you mean like put a bunch of different exes into one folder and then put it there? So then they're all there in the folder. Is that what you mean? You can write a print line of code so you could say you wrote code today. I haven't tried that, no. I don't think I would want to. That feels like an extra step. Why would I have a folder with all my exes when I could just have it on the side that I can click and it would launch it immediately? You know what I mean? It's a whole extra click that I would need to do. And I would still be trying to search for the thing that would be less obvious unless I have like the view be large icon or something like that. Now, if I had like 50, like a lot of different programs that I open on a daily basis, that's actually not a bad idea. Print hello world. You know what? How about this? This is what we'll do. This is what we'll do just to cover everything. Here we go. Boom. Look at that. We opened it. Hell yeah. We're good. We opened the game. Let's go. The 2-minute rule. The 2-minute rule. Anything that can be done within 2 minutes should be done immediately. Is that what you're implying? Or is the 2-minute rule a more refined version of the 5-minute rule? Which is 5-second rule. It's 5 seconds, not 5 minutes. So a less refined version of the 5-second rule. Me, whenever I'm just like trying to do like study, but I really don't want to study, I just have it open in the background and scroll my phone. Did anyone else do that? Can you send me the game so that I can see how many bugs I can find in 3 minutes? No. But y'all will be the first to know when the demo's out. I'm thinking about giving y'all, anyone who's part of our community, I'm planning on giving y'all like early access to the demo. So you can be the first ones to interact with it. Yeah. Because the demo is going to be a prequel and everything too. So it's going to be unique in its own, so you won't feel like you're playing the same game twice. Because that's actually one of the biggest things that that I hear from people, especially my brother, as far as like he holds off on not doing any demos, not doing any early access, because he's been burned so many times where he would do an early access or demo thing and then he would play the main game and then he would like it just wouldn't feel great because he essentially played that game before. You know what I mean? The 2-minute rule, according to Atomic Habits, is basically if there's a task you dread to do, try to doing it for 2 minutes. Well, I'm not dreading it. It's just I keep getting distracted. There's a difference. It's usually because people have a hard time starting to do something, so you feel motivated more to do it. That's true. I hope you're prepared for my lab report of bugs. Yes. Or lab repost of bugs. Is it report or repost? That's fine. I want y'all's input both on the gameplay, the narrative, I don't want you to sugarcoat it. Now, if you're just going to sit there and tell me, hey, I think this sucks, you suck, and I hate everything you stand for, that's not going to be very helpful. And also just mean. I'll cry in my bed with a tub of ice cream. I'm just kidding. It wouldn't be a tub of ice cream. It would be white cheddar popcorn in Mountain Dew voltage. Which, by the way, was my wombo combo for studying. That's how I studied in college. It was a family-sized bag of white cheddar popcorn in Mountain Dew voltage as I slowly ate and drank that over a span of like 8 hours of studying. Feel like this is going to go as nice as part. Dare I ask how the Portals demos go? How did that go? Because I'm a little worried. I think this sucks, and you suck, and you should quit sucking. Very well. Oh, good. Portal demo. Trauma. Concept one really isn't. Okay. You like that? Yeah, no, I believe you. Immediately Googles it just to be like, okay, wait a minute, hold on. No, I believe you. My stream lagged and I feel like I was about to get scolded. Why were you about to get scolded? For what? The habit building conversation? Tell you what, how about this? We'll add to this list. As I said, like, our two things are finish this list and then code. At the very least, we can finish the list, right? Why am I getting flashed for 0.35 seconds of that drawing? Because that's what you get for making me close my tabs. That's what you get. This is what you get for doing it. You're not gonna... Have I ever scolded you? Do I come off of somebody who would scold? If anything, I would like a sit down. Also, I mean, Silly, yeah, Silly did a good... I mean, all of y'all did a great job on the thing. I think the one that's like flashed, I think that one is Scallion. The one that's like colored in, I think, is Scallion's drawing, if I remember correctly. Anyway. So the way, for those that don't know, the way that this is like a preschool teacher, I wouldn't go that far. I think I'm too I think I come up, my filter is not strong enough for preschool. I like talking about pretty, like, what I consider very important topics that are not preschool. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm just oddly overreactive. I'm sorry. It's okay, Dragon. I don't think you're overreactive. I think you're probably traumatized. I think you probably had some not so great interactions with certain people. So know that, like, I'm going to be honest with y'all, but I don't think I'm at a point of scolding unless you're really, really pushing it. I completely missed the drawing stream, so I'm in the dark. We just drew. I was drawing for stream for emotes, which I still need to finish the lurker one. And then everyone else was just kind of drawing whatever on and we do that on Sundays. We didn't do this last Sunday because of we had a collab. Was it Repo? What did we do? Are we there yet with Larian and Ella and Melon? Also, because I didn't know what you would say due to the lag, my mind attached to the worst. Understandable. Well, assume instead that I'm just going to be complimenting you. I think that's a healthier mindset. Middle school teacher? Bro, I don't know if I'm strong enough for middle school. I'm going to be real. Middle schoolers are actual monsters. I was always tinkering with stuff no matter the... I was always tinkering with stuff no matter the age. Are you good, Crow? I get what you're saying. You're always tinkering with things, which honestly is just showing how smart you are. I think that's a very important sign of intelligence, is curiosity and the willingness to take things apart and put it back together. You're that maybe a bit too close. Sorry, Dragon. I didn't mean to call you out like that. Know that I understand, because I understand. Why didn't you tell me? I could have shown my drawings of Among Us. High school teacher? High school, I think high school would be the closest. It would be, I have been told college. I have been told by multiple people that I should be a teacher, and the most common one is college. But high school, I could also see. I could also see high school. I also, yeah, just because, like, I think if I were to say the most important teachers are middle school teachers. I think middle school teachers, again, I'm reiterating, it is a nightmare. But middle school, that is such an important part of so many people's lives that I'm like, you make or break people in middle school. You just do. You should be president of the Bahamas. No explanation. Now you're just saying shit. Thank you. Thank you. Funny question. Are you a Timmy in disguise? A Timmy? Do you mean like Timmy? Like, what do you mean? What is Timmy? That was my best Timmy expression, not expression, um, impersonation from Undertale. See, I haven't played Undertale, so I have no idea. I still haven't. We played Deltarune. I know, Crow. I know. That's on my list. And that's the thing. Like, I was like, oh, I'm going to play Undertale and then Deltarune. And then everyone's just like, don't play Deltarune now. And I was like, all right, fine. We'll do Deltarune first. Did not. Yeah, I still haven't. Yeah. We should play it. We should play. Thank you. Thank you. I did watch a lot of South Park, even though I wasn't supposed to. It was South Park and That 70s Show. For whatever reason, my well, I know the reason. I know the reason why That 70s Show. A lot of marijuana. Don't look at the code of the Undertale before you play it. Well, I don't think people brag about Undertale because of the code. I think it's for the narrative, no? Or the gameplay, where it's like it plays on games in general or something. I tried my best to stay spoiler free, so I don't know a whole lot. Play Pablo. Which one's Pablo? Explain. I thought that you were told 3 times, and because of the delay, I just repeated the obvious. I mean, it's hard to, as much as I try to make it work as far as like talking on stream and stuff like that, the delay is pretty significant. You trying to have a conversation with someone, 20 seconds, essentially it's 20 seconds delay. It takes like 10 seconds for y'all to get my end, and then it takes 10 seconds for me to get what you sent. Pablo is my favorite Hollow Knight character. Oh, see, Hollow Knight's another one. But I've been told that Hollow Knight is not a very good stream game. It's a very good game to play, but not a great game to stream. That is what I've been told. I think first time Undertale is pretty good, though. I think that's pretty cool. So I do plan on doing that. Hollow Knight, it will take. Thank you. Well, me fixes my hair. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. I do my best to look good. Romanian internet is so ass. My messages are arriving in different time zones. I mean, also to be fair, a lot of y'all don't live in the U.S. I live in the U.S., so it is like a bit of a distance. Can we play Jackbox today? No. Listen. Okay. You know what we're gonna do? We are going to go to ad break. and then we're going to try to get some actual work done. I will consider Jackbox. I think a Jackbox night would be really fun, actually. It would be a good time. Ad break. Go to the bathroom. I'll see you all in a bit. I also need more water. How dare you call me that? How'd you know my high school nickname, Foxy? How'd you know? Need like files to summarize it. So Team Cherry, a studio based in Australia, made a game about bugs. Check it out. Interesting. A game about bugs. Recommend that shit. Put that in the Discord as a recommended game. I love bugs, dude. As far as I appreciate the offer for the Hollow Knight thing, I'm gonna decline for now as far as Hollow Knight stuff. I think if I am gonna do it, I appreciate the gift, but I don't know how I feel about it. So that gives me inclination, it gives me caution to accept it. So rain check, or put a pin in it, or not at all. Or, so you're saying that, but I was nicknamed Mama Liga bread pudding by my Romanian friends. Aww. Is that affectionate or bullying? Wow, Foxy. Never mind bullying. Damn. Foxy's like bullying on main today, calling me piss boy, talking about saying you look like bread pudding. Who farted in your cereal, Foxy? Like, damn. What? Did I say it weird? I said Mama Liga. Or do you mean Mama Liga? I mean, does it really matter? Anyway. Why are you assuming piss boy is an insult? How is it not? How is it not an insult? You are saying it right, okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Appreciate it. Wait a minute. Well, listen, words and I don't necessarily get along very well. Thus the word hippo. Don't. I will not. I will hold off on that. I imagine it's some form of insult. All right. Shall we get this started? Even just a little bit. All right. Put our heads in the headspace. Put our minds in the game. You're now close your eyes. You're now in front of a computer screen. You're a 911 operator. Ooh, the stress, the anxiety, etc. Things aren't going well. You receive a phone call. Now, let's go by step by step. What happens and how we want this to unfold, right? So first, a player receives a call. Even before a player receives a call, Mimic attacks a house. Then, Mimic attacks a house. Event is triggered based on location. Player receives a call. Right? Even before the player receives a call, something happens. Right? Something happens in the background to make this happen. Right? This is where we go into, when we talk about the stories that this game is going to be building around and the assumptions. Teach it an assuming target and insult. Honestly, it is though. Dragon, you are 100% with that. Like, that's the beginning. You learn the funny words, and then you're like, well, since I'm already kind of speaking the language, I should probably learn how it is. Oh, I don't know if I said it out loud. I apologize if I didn't. Thank you, Piranha, for the bits. That was like a while ago. I know it was, and I apologize. But I wanted to still thank you in case I was in the middle of something when it happened. I feel like I was distracted at the time, and I didn't thank you, so thank you. Back to train of thought.
Um, so like a lot of stuff happens before the call even happens. It's the because we want things happening in the background where the player doesn't see but can eventually infer or like get the gist of, right? The neighbor tricking a family being scared in front of the TV, and then a neighbor knocks on their door, and then someone opens it because they trust that neighbor, and it ends up being a mimic, and then everyone gets attacked. What happens, right? We have to think through as far as, okay, how do we get to know about that? How would they realistically react to that situation? I think in that situation in particular, is someone wasn't around. Let's paint this picture a little bit. Let's paint a little bit of a story. Family of 4. The dad and the children are watching the news. The mom is in the main bedroom. She is struggling to keep calm and is freaking out, but she doesn't want to freak out in front of the kids, so she separates herself into the main bedroom. The dad is trying to also stay calm, but is very much taking an approach of not really trusting what's happening on the TV. He's looking for the safety of his children and is not liking what he is assuming is like a fear-mongering tactic, right? Then there's a knock on the door. What's on the TV is a announcement broadcast from the broadcasting station that we have put out that tells people, do not leave your homes. Do not trust who is outside your homes. Stay inside. Do not let anyone inside. And if you hear someone, do not trust what you hear. Right? And FYI, the broadcast cable company is here. If you lose this spot, the mimics will influence that, will change that rhetoric. That does give inclination that the mimics do have some level of intellect to control technology that I'm realizing just now. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I do want to make sure that like losing particular places do have an impact on the actual progression of the story. Less of a we're gonna check if this, and more to do with it'll just add or remove interactions in the game. And so people are freaking out because you're not supposed to trust anyone. They're telling you to stay inside. There's a knock on the door. It's their neighbor Larry. Let's say Larry. They sound like they're out of breath, and they knock heavily, saying like, hey, something broke into my home. Please let me in. I don't know what it was. Please just let me in. And Hijacks communicated to or whatever and says, hey, everybody, the threat is over. Please, everybody come to city center. Exactly. That's except for the city center, Foxy, it's pretty much just like, hey, it's good to go. In fact, what I was leaning on, the announcement was going to say, there is a emergency situation happening. People may be exuded from their homes. Please let people, if you hear someone outside, please let them in for safety. That was the idea of what that kind of announcement was going to be, was to make people more lenient on letting people in. Because if you let's finish the story and then I'll kind of explain why those are linked. The father trusts his own gut in the relationship that he has with the neighbor over the announcement that's happening on the TV, and opens the door
immediately gets killed by this mimic. It was a mimic. And then the mimic charges in, chasing after the kids. The kids scream, run, try to get out, and the mom hears all this happening, is able to get one of the kids in the main bedroom. The other kid gets caught. The mom slams the door shut, leans something against the door. As it slams against the door, she goes over to the phone, calls 911. Oh yeah, there's definitely going to be a moment of I hear her too. 100% Foxy. 100%. There's gotta be, right? So that's when we get the phone call. So Mimic attacks the house. An event is triggered based on the location. A call is either triggered or not. If so, continue on. So depending on the event, on what's happened to this part, they may not, like, let's say, because if the mom wasn't in there having a panic attack in the bedroom, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to call 911. So we would not have been told. So it would have been something that we would not have been able to do. The moral is anxiety is not just a source of fuel the outside sources, like the main game. It said it is more about anxiety given through stress. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Can there be a moment like the herd? Anxiety keeps on trying to silence me. Yeah. It's just about anxiety starting small, gaining power, reasonably pressure. This kid breaking into any perfection he wants to create by work, rising expectations, college life. Yeah. It sounds... I like it so far as the statement of it all. So then we get a call. That's now there's going to almost be like a cycle. Let's see here. What's a good way of... Are we going to do MS Paint? We might do MS Paint. Blackboard. Yeah. Let's go. All right. So, this is what I'm thinking, right? I'm going to need y'all to be very lenient on my handwriting, okay? My handwriting's already bad. This is with a mouse. Right? I want to euphemize sodium media, as it is often recent people think depression ruined futures in cause. Well, it's not fully false. See, it's very... Yeah. I like it. There is, like, awareness. Why am I not... Why can't I draw on this? Hello? Okay, well, that's concerning. There we go. Okay. Awareness. Oh god, this is bad. Okay. Awareness. Well, that's why I was hitting color 2. I thought I could switch between color 1 and color 2, so I was hitting color 2, but nothing was happening. Well, I don't use paint, so I don't know these things. So in fact, we need to aware this. So there's like a line. Right? There's a line here. Up here is phone. Up here is phone, and down here is like the event. Anything above this line is what player sees. Player sees. Oh god, this is so bad. Oh, just use the text tool. Ah, shit. Phone. Can I just do this? Nope. Phone. Even bigger. 48. That's actually, yeah, that's perfect. Y'all are just like, bruh, I can't read that. Okay, so phone, and then down here is event. Blah, blah. And then now, I'm gonna add these right Jeff related reference. Go for it. Phone goes to the event goes to phone, and then up here we have aware or player sees, and then down here is player does not see. For the most part, the player does not get to see the event. Like they don't really know what happened. Very solemnly there is some crossover. Like if it is so in our current situation that we gave them, that we just put forward, the thing is trying to break down the door actively. She calls 911. She's holding her kid, trying to protect her kid. So by the time the player receives the call, the caller ID is shown along with the picture of the owner of the phone. Head of house phone head of household if house phone, which I think if in the early aughts, I don't think people had cell phones. But maybe they did. I don't remember. I know we did research on this. I don't remember what the outcome of that research was. But player answers the phone. Player listens to the call. If mimic difficulty is revealed. If mimic difficulty is revealed? Oh. That's what it means. Let's read through this. Is if mimic text alters based on difficulty. That's a better way of saying that, because I was like, difficulty, then what's the point of guessing? Call text will display on phone. So it's not just audio in the sense of that, but you'll be able to see a written word of what is being spoken. Player makes decision on what to send, if any. So these calls are sometimes going to be a random call of someone trying to order pizza, and you are not the pizza guy. Last time we checked. So you don't send anyone for those unless you think it's fake, or unless you think it's a mimic trying something, and then you do send something over there, right? Player sends appropriate emergency personnel. Additional choices on who to send via people. So unfortunately, we are currently living in a post what's the word I'm looking for? What's the name of that game that just came out? The one that's very narrative about heroes. What was it called? Dispatch. Post Dispatch right now, where it is 911 operator adjacent enough that makes me, and we did explore last time the idea of having more of a feel of who to send, you know? And like having different people have different strengths and different weaknesses, and the outcomes vary depending on who you send it to. But I decided against going anything super in that direction, because the main focus of the game should be on determining if the person is a mimic or not who to send when there's a certain emergency situation. There is a working memory or workload mentally that we have to keep in mind, that if we do too much, or having the player do too much, it will just overwhelm the player, and then nothing gets done. Like, they'll just stop playing because they're just like, I'm juggling way too much with this, right? So this is the parentheses of additional choices on who to send via people is more or less just kind of like if this is something that we want to move forward with, sending emergency personnel on and who to send if we are given that option. Because also 911 operators don't select who goes and doesn't go, as far as I'm aware, but maybe for small towns they do. We could just retcon it and it's like, hey, just here in this small town we do choose who goes and who doesn't go, and who stays and doesn't. It would make things interesting, but we're going down the rabbit hole again. That's not what we're talking about. Character says that they're sending the specific emergency personnel to their location and will be there soon. So after we send it, so let's even go into more nitty gritty. Player makes a decision on what to send. Player sends the emergency personnel additionals there. Player interacts with the number pad to select emergency personnel. This one is we need to player leaves phone interaction to interact with the number pad, and then we'll switch these. Sends appropriate emergency personnel additional choices via people. Character says they're sending specific emergency personnel to the location, will be there soon. Map is updated. There could be a spin-off game or DLC added layer that give you the chance to be the mimics. Well, funny enough, one of the early ideas that I have for this game that, maybe one day I might also do, is a new game plus where you play as one of the random people in your town during your previous run. And your job is to keep the mimics from getting into your house. So you get to play in their shoes, which I think is kind of cool. Video games and YouTube I see as a protective bubble against trauma. It's a sanctuary that's meant to keep you safe, but to keep you so you are kept safe, but no progress is made in life. Okay, I could definitely see it's a coping mechanism. So map is updated with emergency personnel traveling. I would also say location of where they are being sent is blinking. Like some kind of identification of, hey, this is where they're going. It's just moving against a phone addiction. Well, it could also be that. It could also just be you coping. Maybe there could be a phone call that just repeats whatever you say, and it's ambiguous if it's spam or a mimic. As much as I would like to have robot or AI calls in this game, unfortunately that's very much a recent development that if I were to do it in the early aughts would make a whole lot of sense. But that would be pretty fun. But as far as the mimic copying things, what you say is like copying your words back at you. That's kind of interesting. Hold on, let's see here. Do we want to add that to? Let's add it to our scripts. The feedback. When answering a phone call, all the player hears is their voice repeating back what they are saying. I kind of like it. It needs more love, but it's there's something there. The person on the other end of the call will react to said information. Player hears the
background of the call until the emergency personnel arrive, right? You wouldn't hang up on them. Like, you wouldn't hang up on them. You just wouldn't. Call ends. Resources shown on the computer screen as they go on the way. Okay, that happens later. I would also say call doesn't end here. Receipt prints conversation plus decisions. That one would be down here. Resources are removed from availability. Ooh, that one's also good. We'll have that one up here. Okay. Player hears the background of the call until the emergency personnel arrive. Radio plays interaction with chosen people en route. Radio plays. No, we'll have resources. I use resources and emergency personnel interchangeably because they're the same. We'll do resources. Resources arrive at location. And here, both the radio and the phone. How would they listen to both if one of them, or let's do the radio or the phone? Should we be able to hear the phone call regardless of what we're interacting with? I kind of want to say yeah. So, a little bit of hindsight, not hindsight, but foresight, insight. There it is. It was some sight. The reason that I am questioning that is because one of the reasons why it's like this, where you're like going in and interacting with it, is because I want it so that by interacting with one of these objects, you get more information of a specific type, but it removes any other information from other things you're interacting with. Because I want a similar situation like FNAF, where you have to decide to know where things are via cameras or have control over the doors in order to protect yourself. Like, you are given agency and information. Are given agency or information, but never both at the same time. You are given the ability to interact and control your environment, but to do so, you have to give up getting any kind of updated information. Which is why on here, I want this screen to be essentially like a screensaver until you interact with it. Then you get to see everything go. Hey, Ratty, welcome in. How are you? And then, so if I'm saying like, oh, you're listening to the radio, well, if you're listening to the radio, you can't listen to the phone call. But if you are answering a phone call and responding to an emergency personnel, or you're responding to a call as a 911 operator, you don't want to like zone that out no matter what you're working with. But at the same time, there's something to be said about you doing other things essentially puts them on hold, which is kind of scary. That does add some stress, intenseness to it, where hearing one thing means not hearing another. Listening to the phone means you're not sending someone to help. It means you're not seeing who's on their way. You know? So what if there is like a radio station that's like, now you're listening to 1069 Dodo FM? That would be funny. That would be pretty funny. I kind of like it. Well, that's one of the things that I wanted to talk about on here as well, is what will the player do when calls aren't coming in, right? It's like, because because on top of making this phone system, we also need to make sure that there's a system that, like, we need to make sure that it's timed well so it's not overwhelming. So what do they just sit there and wait? Right? Like, what do they do? Oh, no problem, Ratty. Thank you for stopping by. It was wonderful having you. How did your friend's stream go? I know you talked about that last time, right? While searching through my notes, I also found my old Suki, the Dinosuchus OC notes. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that, Dragon. Yeah. The player should interact with the desk and look through the cabinets. To what extent? As far as, I don't think there's really anything. Ooh, wait. Here's an idea. Wait, is it actually Dragon's birthday? Or is it about the Dinosuchus OC notes? So here's an idea. What if players can search online to help gather information on what's happening? What if we have like a fake Google where it's like, you, in order to understand and get the hints necessary in order to kind of find out what these things are, you have to go online and look for it. But if you have a birthday gift, please do pray. Unfortunately, I have nothing on me. But be sure to let me know when it's your birthday so I can, wish you a happy birthday. Well, happy birthday to your country. What if it was Dougal? No, that's stupid. Is there like a bird version of Google? Obviously not Bing. Let's see here. Let's do this. We'll do this so I'm not flashing people. We'll do early 2000s internet browser. History of the web browser. Here we go. Hey Ludo, how you doing? I'm looking currently. You caught me looking at. You're having a good one. Dodo Go is pretty funny. All right, have a good one, Ratty. Thanks for stopping by. Wonderful having you as always. They're just here for their stream streak. I get it. We're looking at some examples. We're exploring the idea of having like a fake internet that the player can look through to get information on how to identify mimics via phone, like from listening. Something that they can do between the calls of being a 911 operator. So I'm looking up to see if there is a early 2000s internet browser that we could kind of play around the name with a bit. That would be kind of like a fun little tongue-in-cheek thing here. Late 1990s, 2000s. Here we go. Mozilla. Dodozilla, maybe? Me trying to fit in. Yeah, this game is about this game that I am making. I'm making an indie horror game where you are a 911 operator, trying to save as many people as possible while mimics try to trick you to send the wrong people. And then, as they spread across the town, it gets harder and harder to save everybody, and it will just eventually culminate with you being the last person alive. MySpace, Dodospace, that's funny. I don't think they're going to be looking at MySpace for answers, though. Thank you. I also think it sounds pretty decent, if I don't say so myself. It's just, takes forever. Dodo Explorer. Firefox. That could be something that we could play with. OmniWeb. I was really hoping there would be something. Wait, Opera GX? Maybe Opera was something else, but maybe. I let the Dinosuka stuff notes without reading it into one of the 2 advice writing chats. Got you. All right, so we're looking like early on, so we're thinking like around here. But this is a 911 operator area, right? I don't know if y'all ever worked in any kind of facility, pretty much in academia or private. It seems to be universal. None of the things you work with is current. Period. Came for the dinosaur tag, but I love indie games too. Well, yes, we love dinosaurs in here. And Idealist, I am a Paleomancer VTuber talking through a undead dodo called Mama Dodo. So we love dinos in here, I'll tell you that much. But yeah, let's see. So it would never be current. I would say 10 years old 10 years old nowadays. So back then it was probably be a little more current because there's less to do. I doubt they'll do that. What would be an equivalent? Opera iCab? No, I don't. I think we should avoid anything I related. Which y'all's else fave? Ooh, favorite dino. Quetzalcoatlus. Or Quetzalcoatlus, or however you want to pronounce it. That one's probably my favorite. Nothing like a flying giraffe to really get your mind just in awe of it all. What about you? What about you, Ludo? Dodopera is pretty good, Foxy. In fact, let's move forward with that for now. We'll do Dodopera. Question mark. Love the Apex Chronicle of Ancient Times. Yeah, Dinosuchus. Dinosuchus. Gotta love it. And it doesn't have to be dinosaur. Dinosaurs, great, but anything prehistoric as well. You can branch out a bit if people are more of like a saber tooth or a woolly mammoth. I would still classify that in the umbrella of love of extinct big creatures, the megafauna, if you will. But I absolutely love Spinosaurs. Fun to draw too. Ooh, definitely. Oh, and feel free to share your art of dino art, by the way. I love Spinosaurus is great, and don't worry about being original. Don't let anyone tell you that it's not okay to love certain things. Okay, it doesn't matter if it's common or not. Who cares? Spinosaurus is cool, and I also love the fact that with Spinosaurus is like probably I'm willing to put money that Spinosaurus. There is no other dinosaur that paleontologists have been fighting over longer than Spinosaurus. Because they're just like, no, it looks like this. No, it looks like this. And they just keep on going back and forth and they make a new thing. It's constantly changing. It's so funny. It's so funny to me. I was going to say, which version of Spinosaurus is your favorite? Listen, I'm kind of akin to the whole like tadpole tail thing one. Like, I'm going to be real. It's kind of neat. Gotta say. Maybe after that one dinosaur with 500 teeth. Forgot the worst name ever. It's kind of sad. Damn. Tales These Days is a really good book. Spinosaur Tales. I've never heard of it. Hold on. Let me go ahead and take that off real quick. Spinosaur Tales. Interesting. The biology and ecology. Interesting. What did I turn off? I meant to turn off display capture. Whatever. It's here. Well.
All right. Good to know. All right. Now can I do it? Can I? Bro. There we go. Got it. My God. Interesting. Fun aquatic predator. Yeah, it came out in January, right? Let's look at the sample. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, look at the diagram. Hold on. Look at this guy. Yeah, no, I like him. Spinosaurus, and one of my friends, her favorite is Spinosaurus as well, and I plan on she also loves watermelons, so I plan on making a special watermelon styled Spinosaurus for one of our collabs at one point. Last Call Dinosaur, bro. Like the mimics were dinosaurs the whole time. Which, to be fair, I don't know if y'all have been paying attention, but there's been a slew of dinosaur horror themed videos and games coming out in the last recent years or so. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. You are free to join our Discord, if you would like, and we have an art section in there. Here. If you so desire to, you're more than welcome to do that. And or if you don't want to post it, you could post a link there too. Unfortunately, Twitch will eat any links in the chat. So otherwise I would just say like you could just do that. But and thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Look at this. Yeah, look at this man. Spinosaurus, dude. So cool. This is some shit that I would have gone into when I was a kid. And I don't mean that like this is for kids. Don't take that out of context. But when I was growing up, my biggest complaint with my dinosaur books is that they weren't realistic enough. So I liked stuff like Dinotopia, or like there was one that was literally just like a book full of completed dinosaur skeletons. I didn't want the cartoony stuff at all. I was just like, no, I want real dinosaurs. I was a purist. I was like, oh, get this out of here. Paleo Artist Handbook. Damn, this is good. Thank you for putting this on my radar. You know, Christmas is coming up. I might I was trying to figure out if there was something that I wanted. Oh, you might have added something to my Christmas list. Just saying. I first went to the library and they sent me to the children's section. Am I a joke to you? just vacant stare, like no. It's unfortunate that dinosaurs is still considered like childish. I certainly do not believe that. Having a love for megafauna in any extent is something that children do, surely, but it's not a child thing. Certainly not strictly. But hey, you know what? So I say that's awesome. I think your favorite dinosaur is goated with the sauce. Storm must be coming in, getting dark in here. Okie dokie. So we are, and as far as what would be the most dinosaur costume that I can show off to you? Let's see. Let us see here. Let us see. Let me look. Because I make different costumes for different Mama Dodo stuff. I'm noticing a significant lack of... No, all of it is very game related. It's not... Oh, there's OG Mama Dodo. So this is OG Mama Dodo. This is her original design. I also really like, just as like a paleomancer, where you have like incomplete bone fragments and stuff like that. I really like the look of it. Just show us king. You know what? That's true. Let me switch back.
King, where are you? King or pumpkin? Ooh, pumpkin's also good. All right, let's see here. Where are... Oh, I bet she's in charity because she was for charity. Doop-a-doop-a-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. Events. Here we go. And... No, that's just the Weather Boy thing. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Found it. It's already on, which means all I need to do is boop. There's pumpkin. Ah. Yeah, sorry about that. If that's the case, how are you going to send me the thing? Yeah. But how would you send me... Can you send me a message? Can you send me a direct message on Twitch? Will that happen? Will that allow... Because I'm fine with you doing it. It's just whether or not Twitch will allow it. Let me know if that works. Or if you can whisper it to me or something. Or you can send it to me directly through Discord. Do you think maybe you could do that? Because that's also fine. I'm just trying to think of the best way to going about it. Because I want this. Because I want to see it. Can you check it out in Game Dev General before you end the stream? Yeah. Yeah, I could check it out. Yeah. Please. I really do want to see it. And yeah, it's the server's 18 plus or and / minors DNI. Yeah, just for safety reasons. So yeah, this one is pumpkin. She's a baby ankylosaur with a deformed club tail that looks like a pumpkin. And then we have I'll keep her up for now. Oh my gosh, a lot of things just popped up. Don't even look at it. Where are you? On your story. King. There you are. There's King. Or at least a chibi-fied version of King. He has a modified tail and teeth. Teeth so he could write runes on, and tail because he saw a flaming tail once and he wanted it. Thank you. I was gonna say he is not necessarily, they're not accurate, but that's less to do with trying hard enough, more to do with skill. Oh, let me check that for you. I believe it's just the same as my Twitch. It's the Idealist. At least that's what it should be. I tried to make sure everything as consistent as possible. The Idealist, but with an I instead of a 1. I think that works out. And then while you send it, does the mimic attack cause a lockdown? No. So as far as what I have right now, the mimics don't attack the main facility until the very end, where you're the last one alive. It's not like, for the most part, there isn't really a lockdown procedure. Again, this is a small town. It's not like it's a New York City, right? So, like, we're lucky to even have like a separate building. Let alone like a gated. It's not like we have anti-riot measures in this facility. But no lockdown when a mimic attacks. But one of my favorite, obviously because I'm making a game about mimics, I love mimic horror. Or horror about mimics as far as copying and tricking and stuff like that. It just gets under my skin. It's one of the few things that actually scare me when it comes to horror. And the horror dinosaur stuff that I recently saw as well is the potential ability, like birds, that certain raptors would be able to mimic noises and to trick people into going up things too, which is very fun to think about. No, I'm Not Human. No, not yet. That's on my list. I was planning on doing it for Halloween. It's like a Halloween event thing, but it didn't make the cut. So, but I do plan on playing No, I'm Not Human. That is on my list, as well as Little Nightmares, because I want to finish Little Nightmare series before the Reanimal comes out, because Reanimal looks so good. It looks so good. I am stoked to play that game, dude. It's going to be great. All right. Resources arrive at location to hear both radio or the phone. So, coming back to the question of should we be able to hear the phone call all the time? There are pros and cons to that. The phone call pro is then we get to hear what's happening as like the people are trying to get to the location, which would add the feeling of like the tenseness of it would still be there. But the lack of being able to hear it would also add it. Because there is a certain level of helplessness when you're hearing it all the time, but there's nothing more you can do. Let's put a question mark to it. Arrive at the location. Hear both radio. So either or. Yeah, either or. Then event continues depending on if the player had made the correct decision. Mimic moves on to next location. Receipt prints conversations, decisions, plus recordings of a phone call, recordings of radio. So I think we kind of answered a question a bit. What will the player do when the calls aren't coming in? Listen to previous decisions recordings that they might have missed while interacting with other machines. I think that's kind of important, because because to help prevent overstimulation, right? We have to keep that into effect, where essentially what we have is that we have a phone going, we have background noise happening, we have a radio going. That's a lot of audio. That's a lot of things happening all at the same time. So part of the decision of making it separate so that it creates this tenseness, this exchange between agency and information, which is what we want, especially when dealing with a horror strategy game. Even though it's strategy in the sense of it's like, you know, resources and things of that nature. But so part of that is you're only listening to one thing at a time, and then it just kind of blends into the background. It becomes muffled, right? So you can kind of hear what's happening on the phone. You kind of hear what's happening on the radio, but it's not clear as day, right? So I think this is the list. There are 23 steps that we'll need to like code for and or keep in mind as we move forward, but we'll simplify it, and we'll do that next week. So Ludo, by any chance were you able to figure out the whole send me stuff via Discord? I think we're at a point where we're about to end, but let's also check out this stuff here in general chat in the game development. Let's look. Egg. You sent a thing. Let's see. I don't see you. I don't see you. Oh, okay, I see it. Oh! Oh, wow. Can I show it? Is it right if I show it on stream? Hell yeah. Guys, look at this. This is so good. I love your style. And I'll also show your thing, Dragon. Don't you worry. Look at it. I love dinosaurs being implemented into a modern society. Oh my gosh. What is with this car wash sign? Yeah, look at her. Oh, I like the little snaggletooth things going on here. You do such a good job. Don't worry about accuracy, dude. Don't worry about it. Oh, I love this. Oh, that's so good. Good job. Damn. Yeah, for real. You should be very proud of what you have going on there. Yeah, for real. That's great. Okay. Yeah, no, seriously. Feel free to send me any more just art. I do have on Insta. What's your Insta? Because I'm writing that down. I'm following you on my personal account. Okay. All right, cool. I'm adding you on my I'm adding you on my personal account, dude. There's no way I'm not. I love it. That's so good. Yeah, Dodo. I know. It's time. But let's go over the thing first. Let's go over this one. Okay. Dinosaur plot for last call. Let's zoom in a little so y'all can actually see a little more. Okay, perfect. An archaeologist trying his best to be the first to reanimate dinosaurs uses his basement as a makeshift lab to try and recreate a dinosaur. Cool. One day his work is completed. He tries to set up one of the fossils, a small raptor, to be revived. The machine malfunctions, causes a small explosion, leaving the room filled with thick smoke. The archaeologist, stunned at first, disappointed to see another failed test, only to see a more docile raptor, comes and examines him. He tries to keep his cool, freak out, creature in feet. Dinosaur eats a steak, happens to be the archaeologist's dinner. Happy to have effectively made a domesticated raptor, takes care of it for a couple more days, but in the end, the dinosaur outgrows him, attacks him out of nowhere. In the end, the dinosaur is a mimic who spied on the archaeologist and abused his desperation to reach his goal as a way to be fed and blend into as an easy target. Got you. So you're saying in this scenario, the mimics are able to change their visual form to be small or big or whatever, and take advantage of that so that during the explosion, it pretended to be the thing that they were looking for, only to then be taken advantage of. I like it. That's pretty cool. I like it a lot. I'm a fan. I would consider putting it officially, but we don't want to give any indication of what these things look like. But I really like your OC version of what one of the interactions could look like in this. I like it a lot. All right. So with that there, hold on, there's stuff. That stuff going on. Sorry, I'm looking at messages. I need to start. Let's go and see if there's anyone worth, not worth, that's a bad way of putting it, anyone to raid. I saw it. That's what I laughed at. Let's see here. Let's see. Rules is tired. Let's see who's going on in game dev. Anyone that I would raid is currently not on. Scurry is live. Who's Scurry? Scurry who? The one that I rated last time? Do you remember their full thing? Makes Rain World content? Oh. Let's see. Rain World. What are they doing right now? Is it more Rain World? Calimer Vibers. Oh, them. They're doing some art. Y'all wanna raid them again? I'm down. All right, let's do that. /raid Calimer Vibes. All right, get ready, everybody. We'll be moving over there relatively shortly. If you are sticking around, great. If not, I totally understand. I want to thank you all for joining me today on a wonderful, albeit not very productive, game dev day. A lot of yapping, but I had a good time. It was wonderful. And we met someone new, so that's also great. So I hope you all have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and if I don't see y'all when after we raid, I will see you on Saturday for more Rain World. All right, have a good one. Stick around for the raid. See ya. Bye-bye.